Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I don't know what happened, y'all. My bad. Okay, there we go. We're gonna put it back to where we had it. I'm telling you, people, yo, YouTube be fucking with me so hardcore. It be getting on my damn nerves. But anyways, let's go back to what we was watching. Where we was rudely interrupted.
And if I left him ever, he would make my life a living hell. And he did. There were days that I would be at his home and I was threatened with a knife, and then it was laughed off. But when the knife was in my face, it was, I could kill you right now and get away with it because I could claim self-defense and they would believe me and not you because who are you? That happened. He came to my house one day to pick up our child, and because I did not have a backpack or orange trident
Oh, I'm so sorry.
he followed me into our child's closet.
The nails are right here. I had to fix the
in the future, I better have his back.
The mic, because I don't know what happened, but the damn thing came off. So
I go out into the family room, and I'm telling his best friend, the one that's an inch away from being a little person, and I'm like, get your friend, he's going crazy, what's wrong with him? Well, he comes in there, and he, in front of his best friend, as well as my goddaughter, my other goddaughter, he grabs my hair, and he forces me to the floor. And he's like, who are you talking to? Our child, who is not even 2 yet, is thinking he's playing. So he's grabbing at his leg with his baby voice, and he throws me into the entertainment center. When he threw me into the entertainment center, it broke the door. So I was flung into the one on the right, and our son, who was grabbing him and like thinking he was playing, he then flung him into the other door. I do not think that was intentional. I don't think he knew his own strength, but that's what he did, and it did break that door as well. Our son started crying. His best friend was like, man, what you doing? Like, you know, that's a female, and he's just not caring. That's what I realized, like, oh my God, I'm in a relationship that I swore I would never be in. Now, moving on, the day that
that's so
really
wild, y'all.
wanted to leave was a day where I did not want to have relations with him, and he then forced me to give him fellatio. I know you're wondering, how does someone force you into doing that? When you are dealing with someone that is that big and you are that small and you're terrified of them and they have gotten away with so much and doing so many things, and you're still the one made out to be crazy and bitter, you're probably willing to do just about anything just to get through it. And that's where I was. After that, another nanny came into the picture. I knew this nanny was not okay.
Y'all can hear, right?
Child off, he would sit in the doorway, he was hitting himself. Or he would be in the bathtub and he would be playing with himself in a really weird way that just didn't seem right. Of course, he was little, so he couldn't really vocalize things. But yeah, I could tell something wasn't right. There was a day where I invited her inside and I sat her down and I said, I just need to talk to you. And
I would love to do your nails.
Put your hands on my son. And she swore up and down no. And I said, well, why is he sitting in the doorway hitting himself or playing with himself in the bathtub? And she was like, oh my God, I don't know. Why would you even ask me something like that? I said, because I want to know. She swore up and down that she had never put her hands on my son in an inappropriate way or even as a disciplinarian. I said, okay. And I said, but if I that you have ever put your hands on my son, we're going to have a problem. She asked me if that was a threat. I said, no, it's not a threat. It's a promise. She then went back and told them that I threatened her. And I told them the same thing, that I didn't threaten her, that I made a promise. And that's when things started getting hidden from me about what was going on at that house with my child. But I found out anyway. This is also around the time that Basketball Wives was coming to fruition.
Alright, so before we get into the next one, let me make sure.
Here's a secret. There is never a perfect time to start a business, so stop waiting and start doing with Shopify. 4 years ago, I was working a 9 to 5, hoping that one day I could turn my hobby into my full-time job. Now
Okay, where are we watching it from? Let me make sure that. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that y'all could hear me. Alright. Now, this is where she gonna get. It's Sweet Ma for Life is the one that I found her giving her whole story. She's a character, y'all. She definitely, like, she should have been on so many more shows. I can't believe they blackballed her the way that they did. Like, she was such a dope-ass character. But I feel like what goes around comes around, and everything that was taken from her, she's going to be blessed with 10 times more. At least that's my prayer for her. Because she has a fighting spirit. Like, she don't give up. She's been telling her truth this whole time. Just nobody believes her. Because not only did he have money, but he had connections. And that's what he was getting away with. So if you coming into the room now, I apologize. When this uploads, I'm going to get rid of like the first 60 minutes or first half hour because something was going on with the mic. So I'll go ahead and turn that off. But, yeah, what I'm doing is doing each one by one because I've been trying to get that 5 nail down thing and it is not working out for me. So I saw another girl do it and she did 1 by 1, but she did it for 30 seconds flash cure.
Because I'm going to tell y'all what's going to happen today.
And then
And tell me if I'm wrong.
do a full cure of 120 seconds twice.
Are out there who are thinking that I'm talking now because he's engaged. Again? Okay.
So we're going to do another flash cure.
I'm going to tell you what the PR tactic is and why. Because somebody snitched and told
They doing her so dirty.
baby mama number 1 and number 2 were up to. But it's all good.
I promise y'all, after I'm done with this, I'm going to crash out. I'm going to take the illest, longest shower, and I'm going to crash out. Until tomorrow, when I go into work. But I have some cheats for y'all in this video to show you how I did all of this.
Y'all know what's going to happen today. Okay? And y'all are going to be, well, some of y'all just hate me, which is totally fine. I mean, hate is a strong word, but some of y'all really hate it. Some of y'all really be on like lipstick alley still. I was blown when I found out that was still a thing. Oh my God, that's still a thing. Wow. But tea has been spilled. So let me tell y'all what's going to happen today before I put out part 4. Because of everything that is going on, there is a birthday party that is happening today. Yes, a birthday party. There's a birthday party for his third daughter. I'm sorry, well, second daughter, but third child. The child that was born 6 months, not even, after his first daughter. Yeah, all the kids that were kept secrets. Anyways, there's going to be a birthday party today, and it's going to have his family and, not friends of this child, because the child lives in Canada, but I digress. There's going to be this huge birthday party. It's going to probably be at his house. He's going to post a bunch of pictures. He's going to have a PR person, a photographer, who is going to go around and videotape all these decorations, okay? And every photo, every video is going to be of, the child smiling and being so happy. There's going to probably be a karaoke video of some sort. There's going to be a lot of hugging and a lot of smiling, a lot of this. It's going to be a whole lot of that. That's what's going to happen today. Why? Because everything is now coming out. All right? So I just want y'all to be prepared. It is definitely a PR stunt. The other daughter that was basically stolen from her mother is there. She was just dropped off late last night, I believe, because she loves her sister. She loves her siblings. I'm not about the okie doke. I'm not about the PR stunts. I'm not about any of that. I've never been about it. Why? Because I majored in basically entertainment, theater education, and humanities. Humanities was probably the best thing I could have taken because I learned a lot about psychology. So when people are pushed up against the wall, especially when you're an entertainer, what you have to do is you have to put out PR stunts. You have to have a PR team. So when things come out about you that are bad, and you're an elephant fighting an ant, it's easy to shut me up. It's easy to make the world go around and say, oh my God, she is just jealous because he's engaged now. Are y'all serious? Y'all really?
Girl,
there's
bye.
no way that some of y'all really think that. But if you do, that means because you will eat, sleep, shit that person. Which is not fine, but if that's your life, then so be it. But for me, I'm about truth. And I'm about being shut up for over 17 years. And
Now, because I followed her for like a long time, like even though she fell off because of all the crazy stuff that was happening, I wouldn't even say she fell off, she was pushed off. But I always knew that whenever they brought up that she was a bitter baby mama, like she didn't even give that vibe. She just gave the vibe of she was going to tell the truth. She just didn't give a damn. Like she didn't care. She was going to tell the truth. I never believed that she was a bitter baby mama. Like she just never gave that vibe.
say over 17 years because my child is 17, but I was pregnant, right? And then we go back
To me, at
from
least.
that and we talk about when we were dating. Regardless of age, we dated for 3.5 years, okay? And even though I was 5 years older than him, that shit happens, I was also very young-minded myself. And I think people miss that because when they hear 24, they think about themselves when they were 24. But let's give some context. When I was 24, I had only had one sexual partner consensually. I was raped in my virginity. So I was not experienced in all of that at all. I didn't really know about different positions. I didn't know about different, like, things that happen during intercourse. I was just as green as I thought he was. I was told that, you know, he had just recently lost his virginity. We had these deep-ass conversations, all right? And I felt like he enjoyed the same things that I did. We enjoyed being goofy. We enjoyed being silly. We were both immature together. Okay? I enjoyed going to theme parks. Like, this is stuff that we were doing. Playing hide and go seek in his townhouse and then house. This is the stuff that we did. We were just immature together. All right? But as time went on, and the physical and mental and verbal abuse happened, yes, even at my age and dealing with someone 5 years younger than me that is 6'11", about damn 200 pounds, you can still be put in your place. Okay? So we're not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you should have known better. Maybe I should have, but that's not how I was raised. And that's just what it is. But what I have learned, and what I learned at FAMU, is to really read people. So it took me, yes, about 4 years to read who this person really was. But once I did start paying attention to certain things. I did start paying attention to certain traits. I did start paying attention to what he was telling me versus what was being done. So his sister and him coming on my live yesterday and commenting, and I'm so happy I didn't see it.
What? He came on her live?
I'm so happy I didn't see it because had I probably would have said a lot more, such as their older brother molesting them. Okay? I'm just going to put it out there. And y'all might be like, oh my God, did she just say that? Yes, the fuck I said it. Because the same thing happened to my son for 5 years.
Yo,
and nobody
when you want to
did
speak your truth, girl.
Okay? So when you're dealing
Fuck
with a
that.
family who has had sexual assault and molestation in their family, and they hid it, they went to church. Heal my son. Okay? And it was a half-brother, so it wasn't the mother's son. It was the father's older son. But finding out about all this stuff, and I've heard it before, but I didn't hear it necessarily in depth when he was crying on my shoulder about things that had happened to him and his sister. I kept it. But then when it started happening more and more and more, and now you're trying to basically be quiet, and you're trying to act like it didn't happen. There was an entire interview that was done about this brother and how much he loved him and everything. You go on Google, or you go on Bing, or whatever these little search engines are, you don't see them shits. You don't see them at all. All those stories have been wiped clean. So when people tell you that something is on the internet, or when something is on the internet, it's on there forever, that's a fucking lie. Money can get shit removed. Okay? There is not one story
because the
about that
Kardashians
brother
do it.
anymore. But
Alright,
yes,
since that's
that is the brother that molested his sister.
Sorry, y'all. Since that was the last finger, I'm going to put it in there for 120 seconds, 2 times, and we're going to continue watching this as it's going to go ahead and cook. And then we're going to go ahead and start the process of shaping it completely. But what I normally do is, what I found was the easiest way, and I'm telling y'all I'm going to crash out tonight just because I was trying to figure out ways to do this. I was figuring out different ways to try and get this down to something that I could get it where it doesn't take me 5 hours to do. And the easiest way that I found was doing the 30 seconds for each one and then putting it in there for 120 seconds afterwards. But let's get back to this because it's getting good.
For years. And they still
Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys.
with him during the summer. The only time that brother went to jail was when he molested his own daughter. And she told. People are mandated reporters. Okay? That's why his ass finally went to jail. It wasn't because of what he had done to the brother, him, his sister, none of that. Because they believe God can handle it.
Oh,
Alright?
hell no.
So for 5.5 fucking years, my child was molested. And I knew it. I threatened the nanny. Well, let me not say threatened because, like I said before, I promised her if I found out that she was doing something to my child, we're going to have a problem. When I found that out, what happened? I get ghosted, y'all. I now know nothing about what is going on in that house, and that's why I ended video 3. So I'm doing video 4 right now on live. All right? So let's talk about it. My child continued to come home. As he got older, he started stating certain things. Mind you, I am now in court because I'm refusing to let my child go over to his father's house. Wouldn't you, as a mother, if you know that your child is being touched, wouldn't you, as a mother, not allow your child to go somewhere?
Hell yeah.
What the fuck the system says? I'm pretty sure you would. But what y'all saw on the internet, what y'all saw in the blogs and on the news, who I thought was real. I always thought the news was real. I'm sure a lot of us did it growing up. We thought if it's on Channel 9, Channel 2, WESH, what all these other shits are, they have to be telling the truth, right? No. No, they don't.
Until
They
I
say
got
whatever
older.
the fuck they want to say. Obviously, look who our president is. Or y'all president. Anyway, moving on. After I made that threat, I was told very little about what was going on in the house when I would call to check on my...
Once I saw that the news started taking celebrity gossip and making it news, I was like, now you really can't believe the news. There's some things that you can believe, but for the most part, that's just me. I just started thinking differently about the news once they started making celebrity gossip a thing.
How nobody would answer. There was an assistant there by the name of Mrs. R. I'm going to say Mrs. R. because she really did try to help me. When I was telling her about how I felt, she was like, well, I don't trust her anyway because she's been caught on camera stealing clothes. Oh, but she's still the nanny? That's crazy to me. But anyway, cool. Let's move forward. My child is still being dropped off at home. And as I'm giving him
Another 120 seconds.
he's playing with himself. But in a way that's not like normal because I asked the doctor about it and I'm like, is he supposed to be doing this? I know like boys, you know, they get erections fast, but like, is it normal for them to do this, do that? And she's like, absolutely not. She's like, you need to start writing things down in a journal. Do I need to go get my journal? Do I need to go get my phones? Because I have all the emails of where
Girl kept
I talked
receipts.
about this. But let's move on.
I like to change out my gloves. Oh, and I'm wearing the last set that I did. If y'all watch my last video, I'm wearing that set that I did. That came out so cute. Okay, anyways. And then on this hand, I just made it just real nice and simple.
We now go to court because I'm denying visitation.
But I like to change out my gloves after I
That's how it was
switch.
put in the news. again because I am unable to work with. I am not following the agreement that we have. I am just this terrible, bitter baby mama, right? That's what was put out to the world. That's what people were thinking about me. When in the meantime, I'm fighting for my child, right? We go to court, and I got all this proof. I got stacks of paper, and I can't really say too much because why? He got our case sealed. Why are we sealing cases if it's about me? Why are we sealing cases?
Because he don't want his truth to come out.
You want to show the world that I'm crazy. Why are we sealing cases? But our case is sealed. Cool. Whatever. I'm still fighting for my child by any means necessary. So in court, when I make the comment about my child is being molested, how dare you say that? This is Judge Timothy Shea. I will say his fucking name. Judge Timothy Shea. Okay? This man told me, how dare you make that accusation about Mr. Howard? How dare you do this? And if I ever hear you say anything like this again, I'm going to, just change custody. I'm going to give custody to Mr. Howard 100%. What?
Y'all gonna take off the
It's
calculator?
in the docket that I got my ass up and I cussed him out and I said, fuck you. I turned and I said to his attorney, which was Man Downs, and I said, fuck you. And I started walking out the courtroom. I swore that was the day that I would get my personal.
And I truly believe he sealed those records because, people nowadays are internet investigators. People will pull up them court documents so quick to see if somebody's lying. So he knew that he needed to get them records sealed so that people would not know the truth about him.
Shot. I did. But I didn't. I now walked. I didn't run. I walked to the elevator. I got on that elevator. I walked out the courthouse. I walked to the parking garage. I got in my car. I left the parking garage. Nobody stopped me. But yes, I also called his attorney a fat ass bitch.
Not fat ass bitch.
Because at this point, this is about my child.
Empathetic.
I don't give a fuck what none of y'all got to say. Y'all can sit here and call me a bitter baby mama. You know what? Maybe I am. Maybe the fuck I am because of what my child went through. And people sat there and just let him run with this narrative. And y'all believed it. So when you ask me why the fuck am I talking now after, it's been 20 years. It ain't been 20 years. My child is 17. Okay? So let's 18. But you're asking me why I'm talking now? Why else wouldn't I talk now?
X.
There's a whole new agreement in place. And his dumb ass didn't realize that by us having this new agreement,
She's able to talk.
it trumps the old one, dummy. So yes, I can talk now. And even though you gave us shit for the remainder of Braylon being a minor through graduating high school, it ain't even about the money. I know how to work. I know how to get up and get a job. I just restarted my company. I have a whole bunch of shit happening for me.
Get it,
So just
girl.
because you don't pay shit, please don't think that's why I'm doing this. You have never helped with Braylon. You sent a check, and then you stopped that check in September of last year.
Fact.
So this whole agreement that you're talking about we have,
Crazy.
I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna still make it happen. I have made it happen since I was 16 years old, and I'm gonna make it happen now. Mortgage will be paid, bills will be paid, trips will be taken, experience will be had. I don't need your money, but I will tell my fucking truth, y'all. This man is evil. This man put his hands on me. This man
Y'all, that's crazy.
Y'all defended Diddy. Y'all defended R. Kelly. Do I still listen to some of his music? I ain't gonna lie. There's certain songs that I might still listen to, but I still know that he's a fucking evil ass person.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. What's up with all these people that, like, have this money and I swear, like, they be doing the weirdest shit. Like, what the fuck is up with that? They say that money is the root of all evil, but I really don't think money is the root of all evil. I just think money can bring out the best in you or it can bring out the worst in you. And that right there, it just don't make no type of sense. How some of these people, like, they get their money and then they act fucking crazy. So, we're gonna pause it for just a second because I want y'all to hear this. But I'm going to go ahead and take off the sides off of here. But tell me what y'all think about what's going on. Like, I don't understand how come these people, they end up getting money and it's like they fucking lose their mind. I don't know what the hell is up with that. Alright, so remember I said that I was going to shape it up after? Some people, they shape it up before, but I wanted to see if it was going to be easier for me to shape it up after, and I just found that it was a lot easier for me to shape it up after. So, and y'all, I'm like working on like 3 hours of sleep because I want to take this content creation so serious, and I don't want to give myself excuses. And you know, they say that when you are pursuing your dreams, you move a different way, and I truly believe that's like, I really believe that's true. But yeah, so I like the way that the duck nails look when you get rid of the flare a little bit and you just leave a little bit of the flare in. It still has the square, but it's not all the way. I don't know, just like the tips that I've used. Maybe I need to get different tips for the squares, but the tips that I've used for the square, I don't really like them that much. I guess I like to have the square with just like a little bit of flare in it. Don't worry, we're going to put it back on, but I don't want the noise of the filing to get in the way of her speaking, because y'all gotta hear some of this. This is crazy. I only watched like a little bit of it because I wanted to watch it with y'all while I was doing this. So that's another reason why I don't want to play it, because I want to hear it as I'm doing the nails as well. But yeah, I just think it's so wild that she has been going through this for so long and people have been calling her crazy. And I feel like everybody that like has like a true like story like this with like abusers that are that have money, that have power, like, they be going through the same fucking hell. It's just so crazy to me. It's so wild that they be going through all this. And I wonder, like, you know, the girls that be chasing after these athletes and these high profile people, like, is it worth it? Like, I hope all of them are not like this. Like, I pray they all not like this, because it's just crazy how some people are once they get their money. Like, But this bit right here is the best bit to, if you're using straight or stiletto, to get them shaped up. And all the stuff that I'm using, except for the mochi gel, can be found on the storefront. Our Amazon storefront. And if you go on our, I didn't put it in the description this time. I always forget to do it, y'all. I'm so sorry. But if you look at our last video, it's on there. Last video I just posted with little Bratz doll on it. You'll see the storefront in there. I'm going to do a link tree probably tomorrow, because y'all, like I said, I am really tired. I have been working so hard behind the scenes. Like, it's crazy. And I had to get, like, my whole house together, because I had been doing nothing but, like, doing content. And I really needed to get my life in order, because I was just doing content and going to work, doing content and going to work. And I had to spend time with my family. Like, my relationship was hurting. My household chores were getting behind. Like, So I had to get all my stuff together, and I spent some good time with my honey this weekend, and some good time with my kids. And my kids are grown, so I really have to move on their time when they have time for me, you know. But I had to spend like all weekend cleaning and organizing. It was crazy. But we're going to get back into the tea in just a second. I just want to get the shaping out of the way so that y'all can still watch and hear the tea as we do the rest of it. I just wanted to give y'all like a the experience of like going to like, you know, an actual salon, because they normally have something playing while you're getting your nails done. And anytime I do my own nails, I will watch a nail video on one screen, and then I will have whatever I want to watch on the other screen, which is hilarious. I don't know who else does that, but I do that. That way I'm entertained, but I still get to watch my nail video and do my nails with somebody else at the same time. So I just wanted to have that same experience. Plus, I ain't gonna lie, I really wanted to know about this stuff while I was doing two things that I love. Like, I want to know about the gossip, and I want to do nails. So I ain't gonna make it seem like it was only for y'all, you know. It had something to do for my own selfish reasons too. This one's a little funky. Still a little crooked, but we're gonna get you together, girl. We're gonna get you together. But yeah, I wonder what that is. Like, why people turn weird? Like, or were they always like that? And then the money just gave them more access to be more weird. I don't know, to each his own, but it's just always some type of weird trauma that comes out with these people that have money. And it's like, I love that we're in this time where, you know, I feel like she was definitely in the time that I was in, where victim blaming was a huge thing. And now it's not like that no more. Like, it's crazy that she was still going through this during a time that is no longer as much victim blaming, and they are willing to hear people. But then again, she is a woman of color. Like, women of color, we get the short end of the stick. We don't get heard as much, you know? And it really sucks. Like, it's crazy, but I definitely wanted to bring some light to her. She's definitely somebody that I really loved on the show, and I didn't even know she was going through all this stuff. So, alright, so now we got these done. I always like to do one coat of builder gel, or 2 coats depending, but I think I'm gonna do 1 coat because I think I did either 1 coat or 2 coats when I did these ones. And I'm gonna show y'all what I did to get it that color, because the color came out so dope. And I'll show you how easy this is. But all the stuff that I use, except for the mochi gel, except for the polygel, you can get on our Amazon storefront. Ooh. All right, now we acting up. Alright, so we're about to play it because I'm about to use the regular file, and that won't be so hard to hear. Right. Damn it. Y'all, I'm so damn clumsy. Do not mind me. Alright. Don't forget to like, subscribe. I'm going to be doing more of these because I like to do nails, and I like to have my little... I like to know about what's going on half of the time. And I like to spill my tea too. So, you know, there'll be days that I'll be talking about my own stuff. There's going to be other days that we're going to be in other people's business. And this is one of them days.
Like, let's be for real now. We're not going to sit here and come at me and act like I'm just so crazy. I'm not.
You're not,
And
girl.
anybody, why are you doing this on the internet? What are we supposed to do with this information? Listen and learn and understand. Because y'all got this person on TV shows wearing wigs. Okay? And dancing around.
I'm
And you're
dead.
voting for 'em. When this whole person is out here being a
That's the crazy part, y'all. She ain't the only one.
Number 2 is gonna have her story too.
Oh, and she talking about baby mama number 2.
But she's waiting.
She's baby mama
I'm
number
telling
1.
my story now because it matters.
I don't even like to say baby
Continue to
mama.
get
I
away
like to
with
say
this.
the mother of his children. I don't like that term because I just feel like it's more degrading than anything. Like, she had his child. She's the mother of his first child. And the mother of his second child, number 2, is who she's talking about.
How quick we forget about what just happened. And just because, it came out that the case was dropped because he admitted it was consensual, what the fuck do you think my child has been seeing? And being told that it was okay. We're not going to sit here and now make it seem like I'm a horrible mom and like I didn't raise him right when we grew up talking about the No-No Square song. Like, let's not do that. A mistake was made at 11, 12 years old. Stop it.
So, if y'all don't know what she's talking about, so I don't know the whole story because I didn't really do the research on it, so I don't want to really speak on it too much, but apparently her son had touched somebody, and I don't know if it was a boy, I don't know if it was a girl, but he was 12 years old when it happened, and everybody started calling her a bad mom about it. So that's what she's talking about there. So I'm going to do one layer of this rubber base coat, Builder Base, Pink Love. And I think I did 2 coats. We'll see how one coat comes out, and then we'll do the second coat.
Get it? Let's stop right now of pushing this narrative that his daddy fucking started. That his family started. Let's also talk about my child going to Georgia for a month and then getting him kicked out of homeschool because they refused to let him do his work. They sent him to church, was trying to have like a priest tell him to say none of this happened to him. Literally was trying to get in his head and say, your mama made this up. A priest. A priest. Not a tutor. A priest. Coming to my child in Georgia as he's running around on this farm, trying to force him to say on camera, because there's cameras everywhere, this didn't happen to me here. This didn't happen to me here. This didn't happen to me here. Of course he's not going to say that because I raised him right. Let's talk about how even when the nanny was fired and why she was fired. She was fired because she touched another child.
What?
Do we know what a nanny is? He does. Will he tell anybody? No.
I thought she was fired
You
for
wanna know how
stealing.
he knows where he is? Because he had to say that in a meeting that we had. Is she aware of the accusations? Yep. If you're being accused of sexually abusing a child, wouldn't you come out and say something? Is that just me? Because I swear I would come out and say something. I really would. That's not something that you just take lightly. She's never said shit. Nobody knows where the fuck she is. Why? Because in my opinion, I believe that she was paid to leave. Just like I was offered, along with some of the other mothers were offered money to say that our child was not his. So even though there's 5, is there 5? All these years I have missed out on any type of career that I've tried to have Not because I wasn't trying to have a career, but because I couldn't get a job, because every single time I would get something, all of a sudden it would be taken from me because of him and his PR people. Are y'all sure y'all want to work with her? She's really dramatic. Okay. I made it in theater. I am dramatic. But I'm not a liar. You're not going to sit here and make it seem like I'm just making stuff up.
That's crazy.
So let's keep going. Next thing, find out that there's another child. Mind you, he was still in my text messages, and I was ignoring him. We still in court. I'm ignoring him. Because since you want to take everything to the court, we gonna leave it in the court. There's no reason why we need to communicate at all. Because you're out here lying on me. You're out here taking opportunities from me that I have fought so hard to have.
And that's so crazy because I wanted to know so badly, like, what happened to her, why she stopped being on, like, shows, because she has such a dope, down-to-earth personality. And then to find out that he was the one that was behind that, that's so wild.
I don't care how the fuck old I was. We met when he was 18, almost 19, and I was freaking 24. Braylon didn't come until I was 27. So yes, if people want to say, oh, he was young, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Go ahead and say he was young. And I was immature. And he was probably maybe the second person that I had sexual intercourse with back then in 2004. As many times as I tried to move on, he would contact whoever I was dating. I don't know, Dwayne from season 1, I'm going to get in contact with him because he told me even a few months ago, he was like, girl, if you need anything, I got you because I was there day 1. So if I need to get Dwayne to release a statement about what he went through and the threats that he received when he was with me, I could do that. Because he was threatened that if he was with me, that bad things would happen. When I moved on, when I was dating Brian, y'all remember him from the show? Brian was there when a lot of shit was happening as well. Brian and I are still cool. Desmond was really there when a lot of shit was happening because Desmond was going to be the one, right? You know what he did? He started contacting all these different associates of his. Desmond was playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then he got traded. I'm trying to tell y'all that people who are in these higher positions, they will throw the rock and hide their hand. So again, like I said, I had to stop myself because I got to keep telling my story and I got to tell it in order because I know there's a lot of questions. But when I tell y'all today, there's going to be a PR stunt. And maybe not anymore because I'm saying something, but there's going to be videos of a birthday party of a daughter he hardly ever sees, and the other one that was forced to go back. Huge birthday party. But you want to know who has never gotten a birthday present? Our son. You want to know who has only gotten a Christmas gift 3 times out of 17 years? Our son. Why? Because I didn't coddle. Because I didn't do the bending. Because I didn't do a lot of things that he was asking me to do. Because I knew it was wrong. There are other people even, when we were dating, that he wanted me to go off on. There were people that he wanted me to, like, basically ruin their life. And I was like, nah. Like, why? Why you care so much? One of them being one of his exes. And I refused to do it. Because why? Why are we doing that? If you don't care, why are we doing this? So again, nothing to do about the new person he's with. At all. Nothing. Please understand this has nothing to do about her. I wish her all the best. I do. But this ain't got shit to do with you, sweetheart, at all. This has everything to do with me and my child and what he is still doing behind the scenes. He's still making phone calls. He still has blogs like The Shade Room under his wing. Okay? They only post negative things about me, if you've noticed. Or the captions are always very, like, one-sided. I need y'all to pay attention. That's what I need y'all to do. Before you become the next victim or someone that you know. I know y'all don't know me from shit except from a show or from doing this little series thing. I know that. But what I do need you to understand is I'm not just doing this because I'm bored. I'm doing this because this is my last straw. This is my Hail Mary. This is the last thing that I can possibly do to get him to leave me the fuck alone. Leave us alone. You don't pay a dime in child support. Leave us alone. Stop calling our son and trying to get him to feel like he's such a terrible ass person because he
That shit don't make no sense.
You've never been in his life for real. I am the one who forced him to go to that show.
We gonna flip it over
Say, you know what?
for
Just take
a couple
it for the
seconds
experience.
so that it self-levels.
You're gonna see Miss Phaedra. You haven't seen her in years. She would love to see you, I'm sure. And then he saw Omarosa, who I've known forever, that I know is a whole big controversy with her. But the person I know is cool shit. So I told him, go and experience this. I don't have those connections. I don't know these people like that. I can't get you in all these doors because they've been shut for me. I have been blackballed from a lot of the mainstream industry because of this person. And y'all want
Look
me
how
to shut
pretty
up.
that looks, y'all.
Y'all want me to be
With the
quiet.
Builder gel. Alright, so we're gonna put it in there for
I have been
120
suicidal. I have been
seconds.
in positions where I just wanted to get up and just leave. I wanted to change my name. I wanted to just stop everything.
And let's make the green.
And then I look at that face in there, and even though he's 17, I still see myself. And I still see innocence. I still see regret. I still see misunderstanding. I see healing as well. This is something that now he has to deal with for the rest of his fucking life because people want to get on this internet and call him all types of names for a mistake that he made after a conversation his father had with him. When your own father calls you gay at 11 years old because you haven't touched anything or done anything, that's crazy. When your father is sitting here telling you, well, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman because a man's, G-spot is in his ass? Why are you telling a freaking 12-year-old this?
That's
This is the
wild.
conversation that was had during quarantine. So let's get into that even. Because now at this point, I don't give a fuck. I was in Georgia for quarantine. I almost didn't go because when it first came up, it was a whole text thread between me, Mimi, God, girl, I miss you, Christine.
This sounds like similar to like the stuff that was happening with R. Kelly. I don't know if y'all saw the R. Kelly series on what's it called? On Netflix, but this is giving me the same vibes from there. Just talking about the Georgia house. Ooh.
Okay? And I also believe Tiffany was in there. We agreed to go, me, Christine, well, let me not say that. The ones that agreed to go were Christine and Mimi. I was like, nah, because I was dating a doctor at the time. If you go back on my thread or whatever, I'm not sure if I archived it, but I was dating a whole doctor from the Bahamas. He was fine as hell. But when the world really started like shutting down, and then Mimi passed because she had a seizure and she drowned in the toilet. Weird.
What?
I got a phone call.
Hold up.
Devastation.
She had a seizure and drowned in the toilet? What? Did y'all just hear that? She had a seizure. One of his baby moms had a seizure and drowned in the toilet. What are we talking about?
I mean, y'all, this person, you want to talk about me?
That's crazy.
You want to talk about me needing to be on the big screen? Let's talk about your brother, bitch. I got a phone call bawling. Oh my God, I can't believe she's gone. I'm so devastated. What am I going to do? You don't even know David like that. You don't even know your son like that. Let's not even forget that you introduced him to your family at a Thanksgiving dinner in front of your girlfriend, Christine, out of nowhere, and was like, oh, this is my son, and I'm thankful for him. Thanksgiving. Okay? That's how you introduce your son to your family. I had already met him in Houston because I was invited to Houston. That's how I met David, and he just walks in with his curly hair, crazy as hell. That's how I met him. And that's also how I met Mimi. And we hit it off almost immediately. Again, rest in peace. I love you, Mimi. I miss your ass so.
That's crazy. Alright, we're going to pause that real quick so I can show y'all how I made the little green over here. So I took the Beatles green cat eye. And I got this resin green from Dollar Tree. And then I used the silver Model 1's cat eye. And I mixed all three of them together to give me this real pretty color green. So we're going to do that again. I ain't never heard of somebody having a seizure and drowning in the toilet. That's fucking wild. Just one drop of that. And yeah, I was literally just doing shit at this point. Like, let me see what happens when I put this and this together. You ever just be doing shit? Yeah, that's what I was doing. So I took a little scoop of this. And this you'll find in the arts and crafts section of Dollar Tree. It's called resin powder. And you get like 6 different colors for $1.25. And we're going to mix that together. It gives you like this nice turquoise, but light green. But first we're gonna do one coat of the dark green. And this is what we're gonna place on top of the dark green. Alright, and the dark green that I use, I don't think I use dark green. Yeah, I use the Jodson B13, and I have the bigger bottle, but I want to use the smaller bottle since I have the bigger bottle up there. Now I want to make a big old mess. So let's move all the stuff that we don't need out of the way. Since we're done with that, and put this back to play.
She was real as shit. She was a beautiful person. She had a beautiful voice. She had a lot going for her. So please don't even have this notion that none of us had anything going on, because we did. But let's go back to quarantine. He calls and he's boo-hoo crying and saying all these things about why he really needs us there. I get on the phone, I'm talking to Christine, and she was like, you know what, Royce, just go ahead and go ahead and go. So even though I'm arguing with my boyfriend about going, he's like, I understand. That's why I went to quarantine. So we're in Georgia, and get there is, I want to say maybe around like 8. It was definitely dark, but we get there. And I'm told that we're going to be staying in the guest house. It's a big, huge compound in Gwinnett, Georgia. I am at taking out the stuff, putting it in the car, and then I get a text message saying, hey, come to the kitchen, we're about to have dinner. All right, I go. This is the first night, y'all. I go, I sit at the table, everyone's trying to act like things are normal. This shit ain't normal. So my first question, not gonna lie to you, was, what changed? Why are we here? Like, I really need to know what changed before I can be comfortable in a house with someone who has despised me in the past. And he was like, you know, life, man, and quarantine, and
I think she is
the world
so,
is about to end. And
yeah, I think she is so real for that, because there's just no way that I could just act like nothing happened. Damn it. Let me move this out of the way. Yeah, I'm clumsy as hell. I think she's so real for that, because there is just no way that I could just act like nothing happened, and after everything you put me through, and now you want to be like, everything's cool, like, let's just all, I don't care if the world is about to end or not. What's changed? That would have been the first question I would have asked too. What has changed? Other than you think that the world is going to end. What has changed? Because if you hated me before the world was going to end, I don't understand what changed now. I would still be looking at him sideways. I think she's real as fuck for that.
I just want to make sure I have my family here. I got a therapist coming in. We're going to do that ayahuasca thing or whatever.
Not them trying to do ayahuasca.
And they blow some shit up your nose, and it's supposed to make you, like, all of a sudden just have all these revelations. And I was like, you know, okay. I thought the conversation went well. I later found out that they went out in the garage and were upset, or he was upset that I asked that question. But moving on. I was in Georgia for quarantine for about 3 months. And I actually left at one point to go home Mother's Day, and then I went back. That's actually when I broke up with my boyfriend because he didn't understand why I was going back. Now, during quarantine, it was a lot of mind fucks. And I wish that Christine would come out and tell her story, but I don't know if she ever will. But Christine was very much still in love with him. And she was doing pretty much everything trying to get their relationship back on track. What I was being told, and you know, I have the text messages, and at this point, I'll probably release them. I was being told that I want to make you the matriarch because you're smart, you call me on my shit, you don't let me get away with anything, and you know how to save money. And I'm like, okay, but what does that consist of?
He just sounds like a
And he's like, well, I mean,
manipulator.
I know that you know, you got a lot going on right now, but you could stay at this house or I can get you another house. And I know Tyler Perry, I can get you in movies. I could get our son a trainer and we can make this work. I said I would think about it. So we're there and we're with his trainer, who I'm not going to name because I'm still very close to him, as well as a guy named Kevin Wesley, who is about this polyamorous lifestyle. And they keep trying to you know, let's have basically a sister wife situation. Hell no. Hell no. We're not going to do that. There was a day where everybody was supposed to do mushrooms. I don't know y'all like that. So I pretended to take them. Legit pretended. And if you don't know how people take mushrooms, a lot of people take mushrooms by eating them with peanut butter. I didn't do that because I don't know y'all like that. Like, these are people that are not my friends. So I put it in my mouth, but then I did it like this. And I just sat there, and for like 30 minutes, people were normal. And then all of a sudden, shit starts happening. People are saying things, they're acting weird, people are touching themselves. It was weird. I ended up leaving the room. So that was one of those days. Now another day, I walk into a conversation that is being had with my 12-year-old son about sex and about, like, oh, well, you know, my ex, you know, well, not even saying my ex, because at that point, I think they were still something. This was the basketball player girl. But she was coming by the house. She was coming by the house with these 2 dogs she had and was like checking on things, trying to see if we were fucking. Not yet. But anyway, he was having this conversation with our son, along with 2 of his friends, and they were talking about heterosexual relationships, homosexual relationships, threesomes, where their G-spot was. And this is a bunch of dudes, y'all, talking to a 12-year-old.
That's crazy.
So
I would have fought everybody
and
at that
telling him
point.
that he's gay because he hasn't touched anything. When I tell you my child was not even allowed to listen to the radio until he was 10, I mean that. We were Disney Live. We were Kids Space Live. We had satellite radio. I made sure that I was raising him in an innocent way. So these are the conversations that are being had with him. Now let's fast forward a little bit, because I went in there and I went off on everybody. I did. I was like, he's fucking 12. What are you doing? He doesn't need to know that. Oh my God, you're raising him to be a pussy. Oh, what are you know, like, he's supposed to be doing this by now. Why? Man, you know how we were when we were little. How were you? Because I wasn't like that when I was little. Did I, like, you know, like, sneak and watch porn? Like, I would find my dad's tapes? Yeah, I did do that. But not until I was in high school. I wasn't thinking about that when I was 12. I was thinking about cheering and dance and gymnastics and running track. That's it. That's what So, of course, now this is in his head. Now he feels like, oh my God, my dad thinks I'm gay. My dad thinks this. My dad thinks that. His friends think this. His friends think that. But now let's fast forward again. I went home for Mother's Day. And while I'm home, I'm getting all these text messages. I miss you. I really want us to try and work things out. I know that I've done all these things to you. All this bullshit. Like, whatever. I'm saying this because this is what happened back then. Please do not think that I'm saying this because I still want him. No, I'm telling you the fucking story. Okay? So, all that is happening. I keep everything. I will post the messages. I'm just going to show y'all the whole thread. All right? But I'm going to post it. Anyway, all that's happening. And when I go back after Mother's Day, it was like there was a complete and total shift. All of a sudden, there's like all these people at the house. Who are these people? We're supposed to be on quarantine. Like 6 feet apart. Like everybody's been tested. What are we doing? So maybe I maybe was there for a couple days. And I went to take a nap one day and I woke up and it was dusk. And I saw the fireflies even, y'all. Like it was a scene. So I walked out the guest house and I'm coming down the stairs. And like I said, it's very pretty. Fireflies that I never see here in Florida are everywhere. It was gorgeous. But then I see people hanging over balconies. I hear a bunch of cursing. I hear some music. And I see the trainer. But then I see him. And he's throwing up over the balcony. What the fuck is going on? And he's like, man, you know, nothing. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, man, we just having fun. You know what I'm saying? We just having fun. Where is our child? What? Trainer? Man, she's talking about her child. Where's her child at? Of course they're saying his name. And then he goes, man, what the fuck? Like, man, leave me alone. And then trainer says, fuck you. He gets pissed off. They start arguing. I run in the house. On the table, I see a table full of mushrooms, a white powder, peanut butter. I also see a girl peeing in a seat. Literally, like, peeing in a seat, but in first position, peeing in a seat. Like this. Okay? One of his seats. Peeing. Pissing. I see people who are by the snake room, and they in there just, like, dancing offbeat. And I'm just thinking I'm in a Twilight Zone. Like, what the fuck is happening here? So I go upstairs, and I'm looking for my child. I'm screaming his name and everything. How his room is, he has this big-ass room, and then there's, like, this little, like, area where, like, there's a TV. That's where he is, and he's sitting there, 12 years old, like this. This is how I found my child. Okay? And I asked him, I was like, baby, are you okay? What's wrong? Nothing, I'm okay. I was like, what's wrong? He's nothing. 12, y'all. My 12-year-old turned into a 5-year-old. And he's asking me, or I'm asking him, like, did something happen to you? And he said, no. He's like, I was just hungry. And I'm like, you were just hungry? What are you talking about? He's like, I was just hungry. And I said, what did you do? And yes, I started yelling at him because now I'm scared. He was like, I was just hungry. I said, Braylon, did you go downstairs? And he was like, I didn't mean to. And I was like, did you go downstairs? He said, yeah. Did you eat anything off that table? And he said, no. I shook him. I did. Did you take anything off that table? And he swore up and down to me that he did not. So I got him, and I said, just go ahead and pack up whatever you want to pack up. I'm like, we're going to go to my room. And he said, okay. We went and see us. And that's where we were for the remainder of the evening. That's a lie. That's where he was the remainder of the evening. I came out at one point and I talked to the groundskeeper, who I'm also still very close to, and I'm asking him, like, what the fuck is going on? And I asked where the nanny was. And he said, well, she off the clock. She clocks out at 6 o'clock, y'all. She's no longer taking care of anybody. She in her room minding her business. Groundskeeper, he's in his room watching TV. He's like, man,
Yeah, I'm too clumsy, so I'm gonna go ahead and
like, and this is okay.
do a quick 30-second flash cure.
No, I don't know how he is. I've never seen this guy before. I didn't know this is what he does. And he's like, man, what? Yeah. He's like, he smoke all day, he take mushrooms, he does all these things. This man smokes every day, all day. And if you don't know that, that's crazy, especially by now, because I don't even think it's a secret anymore. And so be it. I have a medical card. Do I smoke? I don't really smoke because I don't like smoking, but...
Hold up, y'all. I just want to make sure.
Especially by now, because I don't even think it's a secret anymore. And so be it. I have a medical card. Do I smoke? I don't really smoke because I don't like smoking, but I have edibles because I have anxiety. And
Hold up, y'all. I just want to make sure the live, y'all can still hear. Can y'all hear?
can y'all hear?
All right, perfect.
Can y'all hear?
All right, perfect.
Just because sometimes it made me feel better. I get it. But every day, all day. Right? Moving on. The next day, because I ended up going to sleep. The next day, I come downstairs and I see paraphernalia everywhere. It was almost like they just decided to run across the entire property and just throw shit. So I find the groundskeeper again. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening? Actually, I skipped a part. I skipped the big part. I actually went downstairs first because I was walking my dog. So I had my dog there, and I'm walking him. And little LJ, rest in peace, baby girl. I'm walking her, and I hear cursing. And I see Kevin Wesley and this dude named Callie. And Callie is going off on this man. He is cussing him out, talking about how the fuck you ever try me like that, digging the booty ass, I ain't motherfucking gay, I ain't doing this. Like, excuse me, if you feel as if I'm making slurs, I'm just telling you what was being said and what I heard. So this is what I'm hearing. And I'm like, when my dog like this, like, come on, Blue. And I decided to walk the other way across the property instead of the front. They walk all the way to the gate. This man leaves out the gate. He's still cussing and everything. He's like, you gonna see me. You gonna motherfucking see me. So as I put Blue away, that's when I go in the house and I find the groundskeeper and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Because this ain't normal. Right? And he's like, wait, he said, what? I'm like, yeah, he's talking about calling the cops. He's talking about coming back and shooting up this whole house. I don't know how that's going to work. But this is what he's doing. So we get up and we start cleaning up the front of the house, inside the house, behind the house. And also let me know at one point during the evening that somebody went missing and we thought that maybe they had jumped in the lake. So I was actually called and my door was knocked on. It was like, we can't find. So I did get up another time and we just started looking, only to find out that they were in a bathroom together. a property that's locked. Like, you have to have permission to get in there. Someone has to buzz you in. So they're just driving by. Slowly, though, but driving by. We are going around picking up paraphernalia from everywhere. Just putting it in bags and all this stuff, right? Then, I'm at the same time trying to contact him and be like, yo, do you know what's going on? Like, you need to get up and you need to take care of this. Real chill, real lackadaisical, real like, oh, it ain't nothing. Huh? I find out it's nothing because he's done this before, many times, and has gotten away with it. Why? Because his uncle was a DA, and everybody in Georgia knows this is what they do. Oh, okay. Well, now here's a trump card because the same person, Callie, decides to go on YouTube and Facebook and started posting pictures and videos about what had just happened. And he also mentioned that one of the kids and their mamas was there. I knew he was talking about me because Christine had already left. I'll tell you why she left later. But she had already left. And I'm like, oh, hell no. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. Because you're not gonna sit here and call me like a negligent parent. That aged well. But this is not what we're gonna do. So I started like
I love how real
trying
she
to have a
is.
conversation and
It's
say,
so
hey,
wild.
this is reckless, this is dangerous, like you don't know these people for real. Like, what are you doing? Like, what about your career? Like, do you care? This isn't healthy. What are you dealing with mentally? What happened to the therapist that was supposed to be coming, that's supposed to help us? All this stuff. None of it happened, right? So we ended up getting in a huge argument. I mean, a big blowout argument. And the trainer was there. The trainer was trying to explain to him that he was in the wrong and like to just listen. And even trying to tell him, well, dude, I would have done the same thing if this had happened with me. He didn't want to hear that. So he got mad at even the trainer because the trainer wasn't sticking up for him. He wasn't a yes man, right? So that night, because there is a look that comes in a person's face when you know that you don't need them to be in your space anymore. Mm-hmm. When you know that it is time to go or something bad can happen to you.
Yeah.
There is a look that my son's father has that almost makes his face turn into a skeleton. It is very evil looking, and it's almost like I can look in his eyes and see through to his soul. And I saw nothing but evil. So that evening, I started packing up my entire truck with everything. Everything that I brought there, I packed in my truck. And at like 3:30 in the morning, 3:30, I text the trainer and I begged him to let me go. I said, please push the button, let me go. Because I couldn't leave unless somebody pushed the button. He pushed the button and he let me leave. And I left. The Airbnb I was supposed to be staying at was all of a sudden not available until 3 o'clock the next day. So you want to know what I had to do? I had to call that trainer back. And I said, hey, I need you to let me back in just for like a few hours. I'm like, because I can't stay at this gas station. I can't stay around the corner. Like, where he stayed, there was really no place where I could just go and feel safe to just sit there. So I went back and he said, park where I park. And where they park was kind of around the corner to where even when he left in the morning to go train or whatever, he couldn't see my car. So that's what I did. I parked all the way around the side and we slept in the car. We slept in the car because I was on a just-in-case situation. So about 4 hours later, I was about to leave, and he was like, no, wait. He ain't left yet. So right after he left to go train, that's when I left. And we went to an Airbnb, and we were at an Airbnb for, I want to say, like a week, 2 weeks maybe, if that long. stupid I was. That if I had stayed just a little bit longer, he would have been able to claim residency with my son.
That's
and
wild.
I would have tried to take custody. So I left just in time.
He did that all just to manipulate her.
Groundskeeper. I was in contact with the trainer. They would come by.
Yeah, he did all of that.
One would bring
just to try and get custody of her son. But it's so weird to me. Why would you try to get custody of a child that you don't even want to take care of? Like, I don't get that. The channel that we're watching this from is Sweet Ma for Life.
some food, but when I got on the road, I also called Tiffany, which is baby mama number 2. And we had gotten close. And I told her what happened, and she was like, bitch, don't you ever do that again in your mother effing life. Like, that was so stupid. How could you fall for that? And I'm like, it was my surrender flag. For all these years, I was losing. For all these years, I was called a liar. For all these years, I lost my career. For all these years, I was told by the whole fucking world that I ain't shit. So what else do I do? I waved my surrender flag because I felt like, damn, you win. I wasn't even that ant trying to take an elephant out bite by bite. I was that ant that just kept getting stepped on. Like, I had no way out, y'all. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even audition. Like, I tried to get a job at Disney, and they said it was a conflict of interest because they were like a sponsor of the team.
What?
Any place that I tried to go in my own hometown, y'all, in my own hometown, wouldn't hire me. That's why I started my own company, because I wanted to help young girls that look like me. And I wanted to train them to be better than I was, because I had lost everything. And as strong as I portray myself to be, and as, straightforward, and I'm going to say my piece, I didn't. For almost 18 years, I said nothing. And when I did say little tidbits here and there, I was bitter. I was jealous. This is a person who does not want any of us to be with anyone. This is a person who just a freaking month ago was in a whole different relationship with a girl named Courtney. Literally was just in a relationship during Dancing with the Stars. Was in a relationship with this girl. She was there. And said to the judge recently in another court case he had that this was his girlfriend and was going to be his wife. That's what he said about this girl, even in court recently, and what he said during that show. So when you sit here and you think that I'm bitter about him being engaged to somebody else, it's a cycle. It's a PR stunt. And he's going to probably follow through with it. But it's because he knows that the real shit about him is coming out. Ask him about Ray Edwards and their parties. Ask him about the red dress that he wore during a Diddy party.
Not a Diddy party?
Like, we're not going to do that. I
You
know
got the
too
Diddy
much. And the
party?
reason I'm talking now is because if something fucking happens to me, y'all know why. This is me purging. And people saying, oh, you should write a book, or you should do a movie, or you should do this. Oh, sure. I would definitely do that. But I don't even know if I'm going to make it that long, y'all. I wake up every day because y'all want to hear the drama. But I'm here because I'm trying to tell you that I'm scared. I'm scared. And I'm lost. I have nothing else that he can take from me besides my life. That's it. So this is me telling my story. So if something happens to me, you still know what happened, and maybe the next person can do better. So when you see this birthday party later on today, just know my son got absolutely nothing for his birthday, not even a phone call. My son gets cussed out anytime that he tries to call his father out on something. My son has not gotten anything for his birthday, ever. My son has only gotten a Christmas gift 3 times because he feels like he don't have to do nothing. This little lump sum that he's talking about he gave, that was supposed to cover from last year, September, when he just stopped paying child support, until May of 2026 when he graduates, is nothing. But guess what? I know who I was raised by. And I know that they raised a strong woman. And regardless of what happens to me, I'm going to make sure that that person in that other room is okay. My mom's entire savings was taken from her because I simply said on the Wendy Williams show who his father was. But let y'all tell it, or let the media outlets tell it, it's because I was bashing him. I was defaming him. It was defamation and slander. I have not lied about anything. I have no reason to. My life is my life. I can't make this shit up. As unbelievable as it may be, it's real. So I'm going to save this live in case anybody has any questions or concerns. Like, not even concerns, because I know y'all don't give a fuck. But know that I'm doing this for the sake of my sanity and my son. Because it's all that matters to me. And I don't know if I'm going to get through 2025. I'm not going to take myself out. But somebody else might. And I mean that. As dramatic as it may seem, I mean that. There's a lot of shit that has gone on. I can even name the name Zachary Timms. There's a lot of shit that goes on that's hidden. So, before I put out part 4,
Alright, we're gonna put
this
that
is why
in
I'm
there
doing
for
it.
full
Because I'm
cure.
terrified of this person. And I know he has blogs under his wing on payroll to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy. And like we're just out for his money or that we're jealous. No, we're not. Think about it. Anytime some shit has come out about him, all of a sudden you see a picture or video of him in a new relationship, or he's helping kids somewhere in like Africa, or he's going to visit another country. What about your own? You're doing all these things, allegedly, for all these other people, but you don't hold it down for your home. That's crazy. It's not about love. It's not about family. That's a lie. All those freaking videos he does, and he's like, I love my family. His family went to...
Don't forget to like, subscribe.
I'm saying, his family went to court
Let me
and
go
acted
ahead
like they
and
didn't
just
even
do
know
a
the
full
other mama.
cure on that to make sure the
Acted like they didn't know her basically at all.
full green
When she was very close to them. He
gel
stayed with them. Was going
cures.
out with them, hanging out with them and everything.
And then we're going to do one layer of
They went
this
to court and pretended like
mixture.
they didn't know her at all. That's the type of shit that happens. But then you finna see
Yeah,
this
this
big
is
ass birthday party,
crazy.
and everybody's smiling. So just know what it is. I'm not reading these comments down here. I don't know like what don't really care. But I'm telling my story because I'm telling my story. So that's me being vulnerable. I'm terrified. I don't know when my last day is. I don't know if I'm going to be run off the road. I don't know if somebody gonna knock at my door and like arrest me for whatever reason. I don't know. But this is my story. This is how I escaped. This is how I tried to move on and live my life. And I'm still to this day being given hell. And y'all don't know it because he sits here and pretends like he's just this great person and y'all believe it. Dancing around in a wig. It's all about the kids. Oh my God, I can't believe you know it's for y'all. I love you so much. And even my son is here. I love you, man. Fall for it if you want to. Alright. That's it. Take my daily vitamins and call it a live. Is that what you do? Sign off on live. But these are B6. But
Damn, y'all, she's been through so much. So we're gonna finish watching after this. We're gonna finish watching the other part.
You can think whatever you want to think. You can project that energy however you want to project it. But it is what it is. Put me on a lie detector test. Please. They don't want that though. They don't want that because I'm gonna ask them to ask me everything, even stuff I ain't even mentioned on here. So you don't want these problems. So Tootie, if you got something else to say, you got my number. And I don't know why you call me Tiffany because she don't fuck with you either.
Who the hell is Tootie?
If you think that we don't talk, you're crazy. That's my dog. We real good now. Because the same thing that was happening to me, or is happening to me, is not happening to her. And just like I said to her, you were a bridge. That's all. You were the bridge. I was first. He treated me crazy and thought he was going to get away with it. So he used you as a bridge. So when he had...
Okay, so it just goes quiet from here. So let's put it. Now she's gonna get into the rest of the parts. So let's put it on there. Parts. So that was 1 through 4. Right? Yep, and now this is her going through
Rewrite real quick
7
with
through
AI
9.
in Acrobat Studio. Select any text from your PDF. Keep it.
I don't regret.
What's up, friends, foes, and subbies? We are finally at the end of Royce's story. This series has been draining. When I tell you it's draining, it's because I can't really keep up. I'm trying to piece things together, but you know what? I'm going to just let you guys have it. So I did not watch this.
Wait a minute. Let me see. So she went through 1 through 4. Then she did the live. I know she started that with This is gonna be 4 through. Before I get into part 4. Yeah, 4 through 6. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So this was right after this.
What's up, friends, foes, and subbies? Royce Reed is at it again. She is not done. She posted a couple of things on Instagram and then she went live. But let's get into these posts first. Blogs are blogging, bots are botting. If I didn't know better, I would swear y'all hate me. This is why people stay quiet. But when you are threatened, public statements are all you have. Y'all called Cassie a liar too. Now here come the family love and helping kids in the community posts. Notice who's defending him? Royce then reposts, I believe Royce Reed. She said, now just wait. You'll see a PR stunt, then boom. There go the stunt man. Notice the response was about money. Nah, Mr. Sassy, this is about you and your constant narcissism, manipulation, threats, and mental anguish you continue to throw on us. This is about you throwing the rocks and hiding your hands behind the internet. This is about the nonstop bullshit court filings every year forced on us, causing 6 figures in retainer fees and court costs. This is about you attempting to bash me to our son because he blocked you after calling you out on your shit. But I told him to unblock you because why give you the rope to hang yourself? You're doing that on your own. Again, I said, leave me the F alone. This is your fault, and it started because of your ego and disrespect. Jackie O, TKO.
When you get child support money, it's tax-free. Tax-free, which means if that says you're getting $12,000 a month, you're really getting $12,000 a month. It's no taxes coming out of there. I get taxed on the money. So guess what? When they tax me first, and I give that money that's already taxed to them, tax-free. They get everything. So, my son's mom, that was $13,000 a month from the time my son was born. Let's do the math on that. I'm gonna do it. $13,000 a month. So let's do a lump sum of over $200,000. This is what I did for her when he first was born. You take the money and you go buy a dance studio. That has nothing to do with your child.
That shit can't be right. I saw a number. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That can't be right.
What do you see?
Hold on. It's right.
I stopped paying that child support this year.
Hold on.
How much is that?
Hold on. Listen, this shit is okay. So you was paying $13,000 times 12. That's $156,000 a year. Hold on. Times 17 is 2. Hold on. What my shit saying? Something. My shit is saying 2.652 million. That's a great career, my nigga.
Okay, so
that's a great career.
Now that's one child. I've had multiple kids, and they get thousands of dollars every month.
Here goes Royce's response to his little PR stunt, which she already predicted. She says, that's a lie. He didn't start paying until our child was over 1 year old, and I had to file for child support due to him not helping at all. The lump sum he speaks on covered attorney fees and back pay. I did not buy a dance studio. I purchased a home, one in my name, and he was upset because I didn't take the one he wanted me to in his name. Another puppet string he's tried to hold over me and use in interviews like this. I leased a small room to begin my dance company, Fantaschic. What other money did I have when it's going to attorneys because he refused to do anything? I was working, but I was also still fighting him. I never knew that opening a business, purchasing a home, making sure our child had nice clothes, putting him in the best preschool at the Science Center versus buying Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and making it rain was a bad thing. Ooh, I have never paraded around in expensive clothing, shoes, etc. Why? Because it wasn't money for me to spend on myself. That's why this day I'm still modest. I'm still natural. I'm still me. Also, why I dress the way I did on Basketball Wives. Next.
Hey, y'all.
That's true.
Gotta deal with some old foolishness. Keep telling people, leave me alone. random shit just like flying by the seat of his pants, pun intended. But that's okay, because that means you're really showing who you are. And looks to me like you thought you ate that interview, and that what these kids say? And didn't really work out so well, did it? Damn. All right, so let's get into it, since we want to talk about child support. It took me over a year to file for child support. Took me over a year because I was trying to not be that person. I don't want his business out there. I also didn't want my business out there. I mean, Orlando hated me, right? So why would I sit there and just say, let's go straight to court? Baby's born. Absolutely not. So we go to court and we come to a decision in late 2008, right? And the decision was, yes, $13,000 a month. I know y'all are like, 13,000? Oh my God, I don't even get a third of that. I get it. Now, in the state of Florida, they basically state that when you are giving child support, you are basically trying to provide almost the same, not really the same, but at least close to, as much as you can, the same lifestyle. So there's no bias, so there's no favoritism, because as you can see, certain parents will do certain things for certain kids and absolutely nothing for the others. That was our situation. But we hadn't even gotten a baby number 2 and baby number 3 that were born in the same year, or baby number 4 and baby number 5 who were also born in the same year. But I digress. So the amount that was agreed upon was actually a third of what I was supposed to get. Why? Because I'm parading around and I'm like, you know what?
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having...
It's not about the money. I don't want to come across as a gold digger. So, yes, I'm just going to take this. And 13 was a lot. Like, for real, it was a lot. I was still working, but I've always worked. I said this before. I've worked since I was 16. So, now, obviously, because I'm trying to provide a better lifestyle for my child, I don't want to live in a townhouse anymore. And because I said no
Y'all
to
see
the
how
house that
pretty
he
that
wanted to
color
buy me,
is?
he's upset when he finds out that I'm buying my house in my name, purchased
How
with
pretty
that
that
lump
color
sum
is.
that he's talking about.
Okay,
He
now we're
gave me.
gonna
If
put
you
it
were
in
paying
there
child
for
support from the beginning,
120
why would you have to
seconds.
pay a lump sum along with it? That was back child support.
Yeah, I
It
didn't
was
see
also
this.
to pay all my attorney fees. I had 2, one from Palm Beach and one that was here, the one who screwed me over. He had like 4. Y'all know how that works. Celebrities are all these people who are
Look
high-end.
at the
Especially a lot of
cheat
these
code,
companies, they
y'all.
get
The
like 10
cheat
lawyers on their
code.
ass, and
Okay,
they
we about to
just
get
hound
into this.
So when you don't have the money to catch up, what do you have to do? Hire someone else. So that's why I had to. Moving on. My attorney fees during that time were over 6 figures. Yeah. Because they kept filing bullshit. Now, if we want to really, really go into it, you know what? Not even if we want to. I'm going to show y'all because when
Alright, pause that real quick. We're going to take some of this Salon 3D sculpting gel. Now we got that out. We're going to take the black. My big bottle of Johnston. And my black is almost out because I use it so much. And I had so much. No. Alright, we're gonna clean this out. Mix that. You want to use the 3D sculpting and the black so that you can get the 3D lines. Alright, let's get back into it.
Thing is out that he doesn't know is out, but I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go ahead and spill the beans. Alright, so moving on, I buy a house with that lump sum. That included back pay and my attorney fees. Screw me for not going out and buying Gucci and Prada and red bottoms and all this other stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know. Go ahead and spill the beans. Alright, so moving on, I buy a house with that lump sum. That included back pay and my attorney fees. Screw me for not going out and buying Gucci and Prada and red bottoms and all this other stuff. If you ever watch me on the show, you know that people used to always talk about the way I dress. They always used to talk about my hair. They did that because I was not spending my money on myself because it wasn't my money. Right? I'm just dancing. And right now, Holy Land is like kind of in between things. So I'm sitting here doing little gigs here and there. And I'm like, how can I make money?
Did you know that you can form a Florida LLC for $0 plus state fees? It's easy using Zen Business. Click on Start an
Why
LLC.
is he like?
What do I do?
He made her like to live in hell, and she was doing everything she was supposed to be
That's what I
doing.
do. I'm in entertainment. Right? So, that dance studio that he's claimed that I bought, no, I leased a small ass room in a plaza. One of those small rooms when you're walking and you're looking in the windows and it says for lease. It was super small. And I'll post a picture of it in a little bit. I'll post it on my story. But it was a small ass room, y'all. I think the rent was maybe it was a lease. I think the rent was maybe close to $2,000 a month. But I figured I'd make that back. The company at that time actually was called Diversity. I changed the name to Fancy Chic because I wanted to kind of change the premise of the company, and I wanted it to be for Black girls that look like me. My goddaughter that saw all that stuff happen at my house, she is part of the reason that I started the company. It's not hard to recount the truth. So, moving on some more. As I'm trying to live my life, and we started dating, we break up, all of a sudden, all these lawsuits happen. If you think I'm lying, let's pull up the proof. Because he's very quick to say that he never sued me, and what are you talking about? He gaslights my child all the time, talking about, I never sued your mom, I never did this, what are you talking about, show me the proof. He was saying that because our case was sealed. You're not really Superman anymore, sir. So even the city of Orlando has given you some kryptonite. Our case is not sealed anymore. So let's go ahead and do the search results of your name. Let's just do your name. And 30 results come up. 30 cases. One is from mother number 2, her paternity case. That's actually the first one comes up. Numbers. Oh, it's a lot of them. My goodness. Numbers. 14 and 15 are me. So that's 3 cases, right? Now you're probably wondering, oh, that's just 3 cases. No, because within each case is all the other motions and all that stuff that's been filed. So, hey, let's go ahead and you see this one right here that says Royce. Oh, all these others are traffic civil violations because he was constantly pulled over for unlawful speed. And when I spoke on that one time in court, you know, I was chastised. I was, nobody's perfect. But I don't know anybody that gets 27 speeding tickets in a matter of just a handful of years. That's crazy. That's like more than one a month. Almost. Whew. Anyway, so let's go ahead and click on the one. Let's click on number 15 that says my name. Okay? Let's click on number 15. Okay? All right. I know this is a small phone. This is a business phone. I apologize. I probably should have picked up one of the ones that's in the bag, but we'll get to that later. So, here's the case. And I'm going to just go ahead and do this until we get to the bottom so y'all can see where it started. Whew. Y'all see all that? That's court cases that were filed against me. Okay? It starts on October 16th, 2009. Now, whose timeline's not matching up? Whose timeline isn't matching up? This is, again, the time, like I said in my last video, Basketball Wives. We're shooting this whole, gag order thing that they tricked me into signing, but hey, that's partially my fault. Trusted my attorney. I get it. Hey, go ahead and, sign me. But I'm going to go ahead and go slow so y'all can see how often, you see that green? That means it's public. That green means it's public. Now, the number 1 on the docket, if you look and search the records, is with baby mother number 2, and hers is still private, but mine is not. So again, we're starting at October 16th, 2009. And we're gonna go ahead and scroll. We have October 23rd, October 27th, October 28th, October 29th. Then we skip a month or so. We go into December 14th, January 5th, January 13th. This is now in 2010, by the way. We then go to May,
all that money that he gave her, he made sure that she paid back.
My brother's birthday, actually.
In
all these were filed that day.
court.
Then we have May 26th, my brother's birthday. Another motion was filed. Then we have June 7th. Another motion was filed. Then we have June 8th. Then a notice of hearing. Then we have June 9th, June 10th, June 11th, June 14th, June 18th, June 30th. Ooh, some more. July 16th, September 3rd. Oh my goodness. September 10th.
He was gonna make sure she was not
13th,
going
September
to
15th, September
be
27th,
able to
September 30th. This is all
have
2010.
peace.
So when y'all are asking me where that money went, that $13K a month, when you gotta spend money
to invest into real estate for as little as a few $100s.
A birthday gift. But he's out here parading birthday parties for other people. PR stunts. Come on, y'all, pay attention. Now we're at November 12th and November 15th, November 16th, November 18th, and November 19th, November 23rd, November 24th, November 28th, November 29th, December 3rd, December 6th. Oh man, December 8th, December 10th, December 13th, December 14th, December 15th, 16th, 23rd. Now let's go on to 2011. Y'all want me to keep going? No? I mean, it's going to probably take a while to read all these because this is just the first one I clicked, remember? So I'm just going to go hurry up and scroll. But this last one I'm going to say, we're now in 2011. And it started on, let's see, January 20th of 2011, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and scroll. VOR means viewable on request. Ours is not under that anymore. It's green. It's public. Anyway, so, again, now we're at February 14th. Yes, y'all, Valentine's Day. I had a man. Anyway, we're in 2011. This is February 14th. I'm just going to scroll. I'm going to scroll slow so y'all can see this. These are all notices and hearings and motions, all this stuff. We're still going, y'all. I'm now at May 23rd, 2012. Let's keep going. My finger's getting tired. Now we're at October 23rd, 2012. Let's keep going. Oh, this one finally stops in August of 2014. That's just that one. Now let me go back. Let's click on, which one did I just click? 14 or 15? Let's click on 14.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Now here we have this. Okay?
Okay, so I guess you're just gonna go through all of that.
Wait on his dad to pull up. There's no big.
Even like, it's just the whole dynamic. Like, all right, we got a child. You moved on. Let's not be mad about it. You moved on. I'm not mad. I'm happy for you. You moved on. You got your own life. You got your own kids. But let's not make this barrier between us when we have a child.
Yeah.
The child is more important. You know, the great thing about that situation is I was just able to get her in court.
Yeah.
We went to court. Unfortunately, we had to go to court.
Yeah. I hate that.
I don't like the court.
Let's just talk about what you need and what you
get. Let's just try to figure it out amongst each other.
Yo, he's such a liar.
With my two kids' moms, you know, I don't want to fight with them. I don't want this internet stuff though. The bashing, the butchering of the name, the talking. Like, we got kids together. They're growing up. They can see this.
Yeah.
I'm not hurting for my kids because my kids know I love them.
For sure.
That ain't even a problem. It's just the fact that I don't want my kids having to go to school and see their mom or, you know, their dad's name being tossed around. I don't want them to have to go to school and people are saying things and talking about them. I don't want to have to deal with and hear that because their spirits are
affected by it. Yeah.
They're affected, and I don't want that.
You're really in touch with your childhood, by the way. Like, I'm like that. Like, I always say, like, I'm fighting every day I live for 16-year-old Ray.
Yeah.
That was on Gobby Road. That was like, I got the hassle. I'm going, like, I don't let go of that kid. That's it. Yeah.
Every time I do, when people say, what would you tell your future self? I say, my kids are my future selves. Every one of my kids are my future selves. So I'm going to tell my kids what the young Dwight didn't know. I'm going to prepare them for the world that the young Dwight wasn't ready for.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not to bash none of their mamas.
Yeah.
But to say, hey, this is what you need to stay away from. In women and in friends and business, relationships. this is what you got to stay away from. These are the signs that you have to look at. All these things. So, you know, that's how I look at it. That's why I'm like, I don't want to spend time arguing with my kids' moms or fighting about this. Let's not do that. Time goes by too fast.
And you know, I tell people, this is no disrespect to them because I don't know them, but this is real talk. You left them in the same space that they was at when you left them. Mm-hmm. You have a skill that takes you around the world. So that's no one's fault, though. That's like, that's not my, I wish I was your height and I could do what you could do. I have that life too. You have that life and you left them where they are. That's why I don't even know the name of the show. Was it Basketball Wives? So I don't know. It was some other show. That's my point. You go from Basketball Wives and now who else gonna pay me a check to talk about my business?
Let's do this.
I get what you're saying.
How about we got these kids together? Let's find out a way to make money together. We don't have to be together, but okay, we have a son. Our son, he could act.
FYI, Royce Reed said that she would be dropping parts 4 through 6 today, and she's a little behind. Part 4 was dropped already, but I'd rather put them all together as a whole. So for now, this is what she has to say. I know y'all are wanting me to push these videos out like a woman dilated during birth, but they're not easy to do. They're emotional, and I still want to spend time with my son while he's on break from school. That's number 1. Even though he'd rather talk to his girlfriend and play video games while yelling at the computer screen with his friends on some PlayStation party thing.
Somebody said, Amy, girl, you don't know what that man did in his past. See, that's why this person who just wrote that comment, I'm gonna say, that's why this person who wrote that comment will never get blessed like they supposed to. They talking about something, my past. Everybody in the world got a past. But guess what? When you get into a relationship with somebody, you don't blame the past in the relationship. The past is the past for a reason. Somebody like you will be stuck in the past for the rest of your life. And you won't get the benefits and the blessings that you're supposed to get. Because you're worried about somewhere else and you worried about the past too much. Let it go. Whatever happened to me in 2024, it ain't coming with me in 2025.
All right,
Crazy
4
enough,
through 6.
Witches are born on specific dates.
We know exactly when witches are born.
What's up, friends, foes, and subbies? Now, last night, Royce dropped part 4, but we waited because she went live, and I felt like it was important to just keep the whole series together. So this is part 4, 5, and 6. But before we get into it, y'all, I've got to read this. This was on her screen when she got to part 5. Next up, part 5 and 6, end of 2009 to 2013. Filming, BBW, pool party, porn stars and dick pics, dating, Wendy Williams, lawsuit and lawsuit and lawsuit. You really took my mom's life savings? Baby number 2, baby number 3, saved my child from the nanny judge. Who's this Christian girl? What happened to the pastor? He's leaving Orlando. I gotta send our son where for 6 weeks?
Hey y'all, it's Royce, and I'm here to tell you how my life changed beginning July 31st, 2004, up until even now, all because I had a baby by Superman, part 4. So I need to go back through 2009 a little bit more in depth because that's where a lot of your questions are. So the first part of 2009, I'll say the first quarter, I am confiding in Shawnee. I'm talking to her about pretty much everything I'm going through. She was one of the first people I told that I was pregnant, so I really thought I had a friend. When it came down to me telling her that Superman had reached out about trying to work things out, it was do what you feel is best for you and your son, follow your heart, don't listen to what people have to say, nothing biased. So I decide to work things out. As we're working things out, there are also conversations about a reality show. When I discussed it with him, he was all for it. He wanted to do it. He was excited about it. I told Shawnee, and easy sell. So during this time, we are working on our relationship. We are out in public. I mean, I'm going to the games. Our son is wearing his jersey. We had a Magic Dancer reunion. It was just a lot going on. I am buying a house. I am shooting a sizzle reel in Miami for the show. And that's when the verbal assault started. But I took my ass to LA and I went and I pitched that show to all those different networks, and I talked about how great of a relationship I was in, and I just knew I got it sold. I get back home, and I find out that I had been cheated on with several women. All that I kept thinking in my head was, this man does not like to use condoms. I went off. I went to the clinic, I got tested, and I went off on Twitter. I mean, woo! I was letting his ass have it, y'all. Of course, he got pissed off, and we, broke up. And then a couple days later is when he comes by the house, and he's supposed to be picking up our son. He's mad because I would usually have a backpack and some of his favorite snacks in my house, but we're not together, so why the fuck would I have that? But anyway, obviously, he's in a bad mood, so I'm just trying to ignore his attitude. He's yelling in the house like, oh, I'm ready to go, and where's this bag? And I'm like, it's in the closet. He goes to the closet, and I'm asking him like, yo, you good? Like, you okay? Because you acting real strange. He turns around and proceeds to tell me how stupid and useless I am, how I'm worth nothing, how nobody will ever want me, no man is ever going to want to be with me, how I'm the best that he could ever get, I'll be back, all these things. That's when I go into the family room and I tell his friend, like, yo, get your friend, he acting crazy, like, what's wrong with him? And he comes out, that's when he grabs my hair, flings me into the entertainment center, same thing with our son. I told this story in part 3, I don't really want to have to rehash it, but before they left, obviously his friend is saying, hey man, stop, that's a female, but he's still screaming and calling me every name besides the one I was given. They then pick up our son and they leave. I'm now left to have this conversation about what just happened with my goddaughter. After that, I then had to pick up our son from his house. And I'm sorry, y'all. I do not know why I laugh or smile when I'm telling my trauma. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I know it looks weird. I know it looks crazy. I don't know if it's a coping mechanism. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I don't know why I do that. But
girl, you do not need to apologize.
They leave with our son, and like I said, I have to now go and pick him up from his house after this visitation, and I'm in his room, and that's when the knife situation happened. It should also be noted that prior to me going to pick up our son, we had a few conversations, and I forgave him again. So I get to the house, and he asks me to come into his room. I go, he closes the door, and he pulls a knife out on me. He says, I could really kill you right now and claim self-defense, and they would believe me because everyone loves me here, and they hate you. To attempt to rewrite history is crazy because those of you who were at the house that day know exactly what happened. But maybe that hypnotism did work. So he comes over to the house about a week or so later, and we're hanging out with our son, watching a movie in the family room. Remember, we're trying to work things out. And I go to the bathroom. When I come out the bathroom, he's in the bedroom. He wants to have sex. I say, no, my cycle is on. He says he wants head. And I say, no, our son is right there in the other room. He proceeds to get up. He shuts the door. He comes over to me, and he pushes me down to the floor like he did before, and he proceeds to ram his waist into my face. If you can imagine what that feels like, think about someone punching you in your nose at 6'11", 200 pounds, and their pants are still on. Think about that happening over and over and over again to you. You're now in tears. Your son is in the next room. You've already basically been told that you're hated by your hometown, so call the police on Superman? Clark Kent? Baby Jesus of Orlando? No, you can't do that. Okay, so that situation happened, and that is what ultimately led me to leave the relationship. Not soon after that, the show got picked up. And that's when contracts started going around and our attorneys started speaking with each other. And because I was still signed on to do the show and he was not, they were concerned about what I was going to say on the show. So they were like, well, we just want to make sure that she doesn't say anything bad about him because of his career, and we don't want any type of, defamation. And of course, I'm like, well, is it defamation if it's true? But okay. And then it was also me saying, well, I don't plan on that being my storyline. I don't have to talk bad about him. I don't really have to talk about him at all. The next day, my attorney calls me to his office, and he's like, hey, you need to get here as soon as possible. I need you to sign this agreement. And I was like, what agreement? He said, the agreement about what we talked about yesterday with you and Superman. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I get in my car, and I think I was even at the park, because I was close. But I get to his office, and it's not even 4:50 yet. It's like 4:40 something. And he's like, sign this agreement. So I'm looking at it first. I'm trying to at least skim it. And he goes, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just checking I'm supposed to read everything. So he says it's basically the conversation that we had, a couple days prior, just in writing. I said, okay. I signed the paper. I trusted him to my detriment. He then goes, hurry up, we gotta go. I'm like, okay. So we're rushing out the office. I'm right behind this man, and
All right, now we're gonna put it in
he's like, what you doing? I
the
was
lamp
like,
for 60 seconds.
And he was like, well, not you. I was like, what do you mean, not me? He's like, you're not dressed appropriately. I had on an orange tank top and jeans and sneakers. This man went to court, and rather than me not be there for the judge to ask me if I knew what I was signing, for the judge to go through the different provisions of what that agreement said, and me have to agree to it, my attorney did that. You want to know what that
I'm gonna
agreement
put it
said?
in there for 120.
That I could not say his name, any type of insinuation, his middle name, nobody in his family's name, his friend's name. I couldn't even say my son's name, y'all. And if anybody in the room was even talking about him, I would have to leave. And it said not till death, but till death and the end of time.
Buying a home was a huge milestone.
I don't even remember when I watched that show. I didn't even know that she had a child.
That attorney later withdrew as my attorney, but there's a new agreement in place, which trumps the old one. So as much as I wanted to fight it and argue it down because it was on some bullshit, my attorney had to remind me, it's not about the little battles. It's about the war. Hey y'all, it's Royce, and I'm here to tell you a story about how my life changed beginning July 31st, 2004 to even now, all because I had a baby by Superman, part 5. I think it's also important to note when people ask, well, why couldn't you all try and work this out? Y'all needed therapy. We were actually given a parenting coordinator, and I went to all the appointments. He went to one. He stopped showing up. So she ended up writing a letter stating that she could not do her job because of his failure to participate. So we are now at the end of 2009, and unbeknownst to me, this agreement I've signed has just basically destroyed my life. Well, not only am I fighting him in civil court, but I'm also fighting him in family court.
Alright, we're gonna
They
do
are
some
filing
top
all these motions
coats.
claiming that I am denied
And then we're gonna
visitation
do
when half the time they asked for it, he wasn't even in town. But what does
the
that mean?
chrome powder application no
More
gel
attorney fees, more court
on
costs.
top of
So
it.
every time a motion
So
was
we can
filed, we
add
had to answer. During this time,
the
I am also dealing with one of his minions that is going on
light
the internet and
green
threatening to fight
on
me at
there.
my son's birthday party. She was saying that someone was going to end up at the 33rd Street jail, that they needed to have her bail money because there was going to be trouble. I am expressing my concern regarding this person, and finally it was agreed that she would not come. So now here we are in the first quarter of 2010, and I'm filming the show. I am living my best life. I am outside. I am dancing at pool parties. And here comes another lawsuit. What does that mean? Another set of retainer fees. There goes my first check. So the second quarter of 2010, I am getting drained with attorney fees. I'm fighting him in family
So while
court
he's talking about
as
this
well as civil
money
court.
that he
And I'm
gave
also
her,
doing promo for the the show.
Not
I
only
am now
did he
asked
take
to go
her
on the
money,
Wendy Williams show.
not
Not
only
as a
did
guest,
he
but
give
as
her
a
that lump sum, but then he took all the money from the lump sum with the lawyer, and then on top of that, made sure that any money that she was making on her own was going to him. That's wild.
How you doing, girl? She asked me if my son's father was Superman. I said yes. I'm now sued. I am sued for $500 million. As I'm dealing with this latest lawsuit and people are laughing at me all over the internet and wishing hell on me, hoping that I go to jail, calling me every name in the book, I am also getting harassed by the same person who threatened to fight me at my son's birthday party. She is sending me messages about, ha ha ha, how does it feel to not be number one anymore? How does it feel to know you're not the only one? Don't you feel stupid? And what was she talking about? We have welcomed baby number 2, a little girl born in June of 2010. In September of 2010, there was another lawsuit. What does that mean? More money, in which at this point I did not have. He won. There was a writ of garnishment that was made out for November of 2010, and they went and looked for every single account that I had, and they took everything from me. Not only did they do that, they found the account that I had with my mother since I was a little girl, the very first account I ever had, and she was attached to it. It wasn't even an account that I used anymore. But because they didn't get anything out of that account from me, they took everything from her. They took my mom's entire savings. In the early part of 2011, I released my book, College Girls. I was hosting parties. I had a boyfriend, the one that bought me the dog. I was doing a weekly blog for the show. I was in Detroit doing the play Cheaters. I was hustling, y'all. Come June of 2011, wouldn't you know, by the grace of God, out pops Superman and Sister C. This one is a Christian. She is modest. She is a beautiful girl, all natural, and I mean, very Little House on the Prairie. Perfect for his image. He is getting baptized. He is giving himself to God. He is in love. Visitations seem as if they are becoming more consistent, so I'm grateful. August comes, and because visitation has become a little bit more consistent, my son is now waiting for him on the curb. Yes, just like the little picture of the kid sitting on the curb with a lunchbox waiting for their parent that never comes. That was my childhood one and only time I allowed him to do that. But nobody called to say that they weren't coming. And because I turned into the FBI, I find bitches instantly. I went on Twitter because I wanted to know where he was, and this was around the time where people were putting all their business out there. So I saw a picture, and he was in New Jersey. He was on a basketball court with his pastor Zachary Timms. Oh.
All right, so we're not
I
going
had
to
to go
need...
back to my calendar, and I was...
Hold on, we're going to pause that real quick. We don't need this right now, so remove that out the way. We don't need this right now. I can clean this up. This. Because when I tell y'all I'm going to pass out after I take a shower after this, ooh, boy. Okay, so this right here is the little cheat code. Okay, it's on our storefront. $5.99. It comes with 120 pieces plus pearls, little flowers, and the little gold balls. So, and then the chrome was separate. And then this pigment is separate as well. You can all find this on the storefront. Now, as you can see, this is lighter than this, so I used this right here, this pigment powder. And it is very, very strong, so you don't want to put too much on it. I usually just use the top of this because that's all you really need. And I have the blending brush right there. And this will give you all that you need for all 5 fingers, for all 5 flowers. And since I'm clumsy, we're going to go ahead and close that up. If we need more, we'll grab some in a little bit. But for right now, let's go ahead and close that up. Get that out of the way. Now we're going to grab the chrome application. This is Macart nail gel for chrome powder application. And we're going to clean our nail art brush. Now we're going to go back over the black lines. And you know what? I'm not going to use this one. I just got my package from Tickled Pink, which I'm very happy with. I was going to do an unboxing, but I got too impatient. And I'll do it next time. I feel so bad because their products are really good. And they're off the TikTok shop. But this is what came with these brushes came with their gel paints, and their gel paints are the shit. Like, it's not cheap, but they are worth it. And they let you do Afterpay, which makes it, you know, easier when you're on a budget. All right, so let's finish. What we're going to do now is go ahead and outline all the black, because we want to make sure. I went ahead and put the top coat on there because I didn't want to have any of the chrome to go anywhere else but where I'm putting the chrome application. So we added the top coat. We're going to put the nail gel chrome powder application on top of all the black, because that's where we're going to put the chrome at. All right, let's finish playing.
Making sure that this was the day that he was supposed to have our son. And it was, and I reached out to my attorney. I sent the picture to my attorney, and I'm like, what is going on? There was no response. So the next day, I get back on the internet because I want to see if there's at least a timeline of a return, because my plans have now changed, but it's always been that way. Well, all of a sudden, the Twitter page went from 10,000 plus tweets to 10, 20. What happened? Did he find out that I saw that he was in New Jersey and didn't get our son for visitation? No. I then see a headline that says, Pastor Zachary Timms is no longer with us. Oh. For the rest of that year, I minded my business. Although I was still fighting in court and talking about this nanny and being told I was a liar, I kept my mouth shut. Well, now we're in January of 2012, and I am dating my picture comes out of him taking a nap with my son. Fully clothed, very innocent picture. The narrative that is given is that my boyfriend was being inappropriate with him. They took that narrative and they ran with it for weeks. They didn't care that it could destroy this person's character, his career, his reputation, nothing. It wasn't about the nanny who was actually being inappropriate. It was about a distraction. Why? Well, in February, that is when I was made aware that he was leaving Orlando. And then in March, here comes baby number 3. Baby number 3 is over a year old. Baby number 3 is a little girl. Baby number 3 was born the same year as baby number 2. We are now in April of 2012, and Superman is having back surgery in California, and I'm ecstatic that he is no longer here because I'm thinking he's going to leave me alone. He does not. I am hit with another lawsuit. In this lawsuit, I am almost immediately demanded to send my child to California for 6 weeks. I get 1 week of visitation. Yes, I was forced to send my child to California for 6 weeks to be with a person that he has not seen in 6 months, even when he was in Orlando.
Yo, the banks hate it when you do this, but I'm not gonna gatekeep. Here's how to borrow money without the bank. After my car started having problems, I needed extra cash. I didn't want to use my credit card, so I went to my bank for a loan. And I couldn't believe after years of...
That visitation exchange was probably one of the worst situations I've ever had to endure. I watched my child hyperventilate. I watched my child scream. I watched my child reach for me to take him, and I had to let him go. I was given a visit halfway through, and I saw the same exact thing, and I was also there with one of my dancer friends that I dance with in Miami, who I also dance with sometimes when I take a heels class. They were there to console me because I could not, in my mind, save my child. After that visitation, I was hit in court with more motions, more visitation requests for days that he was not even in town, and there was one time where we actually did communicate and came up with a visitation schedule, and flights had already been made, but his attorneys wanted to go to court claiming that I was denying visitation. I went to court that day, and I showed the judge that we already had the flight information. His attorneys sat there and were acting so oblivious as if they had no idea. In 2013, I'm hit with more court filings and requests to produce as usual, but around April, I'm hearing rumors of another baby. Well, come June, that baby is born, a little boy, and I say on Twitter, congratulations, happy birthday. This baby was born in California, my little house on the prairie, Sister C, and he has now been traded to Houston. Hey y'all, it's Royce, and I am here to tell you a story about how my life changed beginning July 31st, 2004, up until even now, all because I had a baby by Superman, part 6. We are now in the fall of 2013. I am getting my son prepared for kindergarten. I have actually gotten him tested, and he has been diagnosed with ADHD. For those of us with children who have ADHD and have taken medication for it, you know ADHD medication is not something that you can start and just stop cold turkey. So there were visitations that were happening, and they were refusing to give him this medication. I was also against him traveling so much because he's literally in kindergarten, the first grade of grade school. So outside of my son having to travel on Friday nights to Sunday evenings just to get up for school the next day and go, I am now concerned because they are refusing to give him his medication. They lied and said that they had a doctor from Sarasota come and examine him. And when I spoke to that doctor in Sarasota, that doctor said that he absolutely did not examine my son. He only told them what the medications that he was taking were for. He also let them know that it was dangerous to stop the medication cold turkey. They did it anyway. And now we are moving into the summer of 2014. Our son has completed kindergarten and he is now going to visit his father for a few weeks in the summer. I find out that almost 3 days after our son arrived, he left. He had actually been gone for several weeks and I had no idea because nobody was communicating with me. When my son is finally returned home, I am actually at practice with my company, and my parents call and say that I need to get to their home immediately. I ask why, they won't tell me, they just express that it was extremely important. Of course, I leave, I get there, they tell me that my son has bruises all over his body. I go to hug him and him me, and he goes, ouchie. I then look, I raise his shirt, he has a bruise on his stomach, he now has a bruise on his leg, on his inner thigh. And when I ask him what happened, he tells me his daddy did it. This is just a couple of days before he is to start first grade, so of course I am texting trying to figure out what happened and why, and I am being ignored. I am then told by my attorney that I need to take my child down to the Department of Children and Families. I do that, and they do a forensic interview, they talk to me, and they start asking me to contact Superman. I am doing so, and I am trying to tell him what is going on, and he is ignoring me until he finally responds and says that he doesn't have to tell me anything about why he disciplined or spanked our child. Because of that response, a case was opened. The case was almost immediately shut quietly. Because of my concern and because I said something publicly, the case was reopened. The case was then sent to Georgia because it happened in Georgia. It was sent to 3 different counties in Georgia until it got to the county that his uncle was the DA of, and the case was dropped.
That's crazy.
But I'm not saying that he had anything to do with it. As you can probably guess, at this point, visitation ceased.
Man,
Communication did as well for the most part, except for the fact that they sent a picture around of me taking my son to Hooters for his birthday and made it seem as if I was a sick mother. In 2015, we barely communicated at all.
I think I remember
there were no
that.
visitation requests. It was just a bunch of motions filed here and there, so of course more money. As we get to the end of 2015, the communication doors are reopened. And Superman and I are communicating. It seems as if we are working on co-parenting. He asked if we can come to Houston in January of 2016, and I said yes. And when we get there, we're going to eat oysters, and as we're coming back, Superman is walking with a young lady that looks to be, I believe, Mexican with long hair, and she's holding the hand of this little boy with floppy hair. And he's trying to get out of her arms. He's just wild and crazy. As he's introducing her to me, he then introduces the little boy and says, "This is my son." What? He's 2. So now we have baby number 5, who was born the same year as baby number 4 in 2013. So this is the real reason why you haven't been bothering me. And I knew that to be a fact because she was actually going through court with him. And now we're trying to change the narrative. Well, I did befriend her, and we became very close, and she actually came down and celebrated my son's birthday with him, and I took him, my son, and also their sister to Fun Spot that year. We were also making trips to Atlanta because at this point he had been traded again, and he was now with Atlanta. Also, let it be noted that Sister C and he had broken up. Unfortunately, this meant that I now had to deal with a crazy-ass pastor and his wife that were constantly telling us how bitter we were and that we were gold diggers and that it wasn't about the kids and that we were worthless women who wanted him. We are now in 2018 and our son is playing sports, but he's also a junior striker, which is a hip-hop dancer. His father did come to the show that year. It was in June, and after the show, He, along with some of his people and my people, we went to dinner. After dinner, a few friends of mine and I were supposed to go to the Pulse nightclub. We did not go to the Pulse nightclub because all of us were outside having a conversation with a homeless man. That is the night that the Pulse nightclub shooting happened. This is also the day that he told me that he was dating the basketball player. When he told me her age, and I was taken aback, but to each his own, because who am I? Pot me kettle, right?
I just created a $47 ebook in 3 minutes flat using AI. Time me while I do it again. Already in designer.
A few months later, right around our son's birthday, a recording was released. And the recording was a man who was alleging to have had deeds with Superman and the pastor arguing on the phone. This is the same conversation where this person called Superman a 6'11" bottom. Well, now moving on to 2019, I realized that I like this girlfriend. She seems cool. She seems to keep him level-headed. He seems to be leaving me alone, and I'm all for it. Anytime we are having an argument or we seem like we can't communicate, it seems as if she's stepping in and she's really helping things out. So we good. Our son graduates from elementary school that year. He graduates with honors. She comes. There's a big family picture, and we keep it pushing. So I thought she was cool. I liked her. We had a cordial relationship. Well, next thing you know, the pandemic hits, and he is losing his mind. He is swearing that the world is going to end, and he has all of us in a group thread, and he's trying to get all of us to come to Georgia for quarantine. I said no. So did mama number 2. So did mama number 3. But mama number 4 and mama number 5 said yes. I then thought about it. I spoke to my boyfriend. He was still against it, so I stuck with no. Just a few days after that is when I'm on the internet and I see a bunch of prayer hands under mama number 5's picture. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I get a call from mama number 4, Sister C, and she tells me that mama number 5 has passed away.
I like how she calls them
Of course, I
mama
pick up the
instead of
phone
baby
and I
mama.
start calling, and she's not answering, but I could not believe it. My dog is gone. She was the one that I was closest to. She was the one that I communicated the most with. I was heartbroken. After that, I am
60
getting hounded
seconds.
even more so with phone calls about coming to Georgia for quarantine. At this
Yeah,
point,
we are
because
almost
my
done.
heartstrings have been pulled, and because I have been in and out of court for years, I am waving my surrender flag. So I went to Georgia for quarantine, and it was the worst mistake I ever made in my entire life.
Not sure what.
One thing that is so good about these is that these are flexible. They are made to be flexible. So I had not bought these, even though I knew that they were a better hack, until I saw that they were flexible. And they make it so that you can curve them to the nail, so it looks like you made it, which makes it so much easier. So oh, almost done. We're gonna get to the
On her
finale.
last video, Roy says, "I'm gonna finish this by 11:59 p.m. today." So, y'all, stay tuned. I'll see you on the next one because I know there's no way she's gonna end it like this. We just might go out with a bang.
Find your perfect.
Let's get to it. Where is 7 through 9?
I'm listening.
What's up, friends, foes, and subbies? We are finally at the end of Royce's story. This series has been draining. When I tell you it's draining, it's because I can't really keep up. I'm trying to piece things together, but you know what? I'm going to just let you guys have it. So I did not watch this. I'm waiting to watch it with you guys. So let's chat in the comments about this entire thing. You guys share your thoughts. But before I get into this video, let me just read her last couple of story posts. She says, the bots are botting, bye bashers are bashing, Happy New Year, if he leaves me alone, 2025 is a new start. But if he responds, I'm posting everything, all the proof. He thinks I'm doing this for views? Nah, I'm doing this for the truth.
Hey y'all, it's Royce, and I'm here to tell you a story about how my life changed beginning July 31st, 2004 until even now, all because I had a baby by Superman, part 7. I decided to write a lot of this next part down because I wanted to make sure that I could recount everything in these last parts. So, excuse me for not constantly or consistently looking at the camera. February 2020, there is a text thread of conversations going on about possible quarantine in Georgia. This is with all of the mothers. Mother number 2 and number 3 said no. I ended up saying no after I spoke to my boyfriend, who is a traveling psychologist in the Bahamas. Damn, I fumbled that. A few weeks went on and the pandemic got worse. I got nervous. I got anxious, and going to my parents' house with all my pets was not an option. I looked for tickets to the Bahamas, but by then travel was restricted. In March of 2020, I am on Instagram and I see prayer hands under Mama number 5's Instagram. I'm confused. I get a phone call from Mama number 4, and she tells me that Mama number 5 has had a seizure and she has passed away. I'm devastated. I also get a phone call from Superman, and he is
This is the
distraught.
one
He's crying. He is so
that
upset.
had a
He can
seizure
barely compose himself.
and died in the toilet. Like, what? She drowned in the toilet from a seizure. That's wild. I'm guessing that's the one, because that's the one that she talked about
He
earlier.
is begging for us to come for quarantine. He says he has received all these revelations, and he wants to make sure that his family is taken care of, and he wants to go through therapy. I mean, he lays it on thick. And after speaking to my boyfriend, I agreed to go. After a 7-8 hour drive, I, along with our son and our mini zoo, arrived at the estate in Sewanee, Georgia. It was late, so after getting our things out of the car and taking them into the guest house, I was called for dinner. It was awkward. Everyone was acting normal, and I later learned that people in the home were a groundskeeper, a trainer, a self-proclaimed guru, the nanny, his 16-year-old goddaughter, myself, my child, Mama number 4, and baby number 4. After I was at that table, I couldn't take it anymore, and I asked, why now? What happened? And he states that it is because he has received all these revelations, that he feels as if the world ending is almost a sign for him to make good with all bad and
Hey, apartment list. I'm ready for the apartment. 1.
just a lot of stuff. He really was also claiming that he wanted to be a better father, and he wanted to apologize to all of us because he was basically a hoe. I listened to it. I also asked the nanny about why she would not allow my son to speak to me, or they would take his phone and not return his phone. I had to take him to court for that. I'm really like, I'm confronting everybody because I cannot stay in a house or be on a property where I feel uncomfortable and certain things haven't been addressed. That's just me. Later on that day is when I realized that he smoked like Snoop. I mean, day in, day out. Over the next couple of days, I was bit by a Malinois dog, and I also was made privy to a conversation regarding a former teammate of his and the passing of another. We were told that this particular teammate had no emotion when he was on the plane and did not show emotion until he exited the plane and left in a private car. Why that was important for us to know, I have no idea, but maybe it was because I used to praise and still praise how great of a father he is to his kids and husband he is to his wife. I actually ended up having a talk with my Bahamian boyfriend, who was a psychologist, about this conversation, and he told me to immediately leave. He said, Royce, you're about to be manipulated and brainwashed. I didn't believe him. I thought he was jealous. I stayed. Of course, we ended up breaking up. Well, now we're discussing Mama number 5's funeral and who's gonna go and who wants to go. And who ends up going is Mama number 4, myself, Superman, and the groundskeeper. Mind you, during all of this time, Superman is texting me about possibly becoming his matriarch and all the apologies that come and him telling me that he was a changed man, that he was only that's my girl, and that he's only gonna do with me. If I need to repost those messages, I can do that. Well, now we're in Reno, and I see Mama number 3 rubbing his back one day at the Mama number 5's mama's house. The next day, we are at the funeral. I'm taking pictures because he has not seen this little boy in months, and I'm trying to give him memories. Later on that evening, we go back to the family house, and we all get drunk, and we're taking edibles. I ended up getting served that night. Let me just say it. I did, okay? While we're in Reno, we get a phone call that former basketball girlfriend is at the house and she's playing with our kids. We thought that was a little strange, but he said that she was crazy and that she was just trying to get him back. That same narrative. Of course, I didn't believe it, but go off. When we returned back from Reno, I'm basically being sold a Disney movie plot. Now, I just didn't know that it was going to end up being Bambi. Well, I'm being asked to move in, be his matriarch, and telling me that he's going to get our son a personal trainer. He's going to give me another dance studio. He's saying that he knows Tyler Perry and can introduce me and get me in movies. And y'all, you have to remember that at this point, I am waving my surrender flag. I'm listening to all of these things, and because I have lost in court so many times, I am honestly willing to fall into submission so my son can fly to success. I don't regret doing that. I don't regret following what my heart felt to be true. During this time, we are also taking family trips to the grocery store, to the park, to the sex store. And one day he decides that he wants to have a meeting with myself and Mama number 4. He proceeds to basically try to sell us a polyamorous relationship. This was suggested by his guru. Well, Mama number 4 ended up leaving immediately. I think she stayed maybe 2 more days and she was gone. She packed up her shit and she left. Me, I laughed it off because did you really think that this was gonna work? I don't even go that way. I don't lick marbles. Oh, let me also say that baby number 5 and his grandmother are now in Georgia as well. He has now flown them into Georgia so he can spend time with his sibling.
If I was starting a business in Florida, I'd form my LLC with Zen Business because it cost me $0, plus the unavoidable state fee. I click on Start Now.
Just a little while after Mama number 4 left, I went home because I wanted to celebrate Mother's Day with my mother. While I'm there, I'm getting text messages. I mean, love bombed, y'all. Again, I can post them again if I need to. But it's a bunch of I miss yous. It's I don't want to say it, but I love you. And then he pretended like he was texting a friend of his and was like, man, I can't believe how much I miss Royce. Okay. We still doing them little high school games, but that's what he was doing. And he was begging me to come back sooner than I planned. And what did I do? I left the next day. When I get back to Georgia, I am then seeing articles about how distraught he's been, how he's been crying himself to sleep, how the feeling of mama number 5 never coming back has really torn him up. And I'm confused because I had no idea that he was going through these feelings. I then befriended the groundskeeper because the groundskeeper knew mama number 5 very well. He proceeds to tell me that their relationship was actually pretty volatile, that they were in a court battle, that until recently there was no communication. He also let me know that when she was pregnant and when she had the child, she was forced to sleep on an air mattress, and he would put her in a motel so people wouldn't know who she was or who the baby was. I was also made aware that he in fact did not pay for the funeral costs as he told mama number 5's family he would do. I started acting different, so he allowed me to invite a few friends over, and we swam in the pool, we had seafood, we watched movies, and we played games. After that, I woke up in hell. Hey y'all, it's Royce, and I'm here to tell you a story about how my life changed beginning July 31st, 2004, up until even now, all because I had a baby by Superman, part 8. We are still in May of 2020, and they are shooting something called Celebrity Peep Show at his house, in which our son is involved. Well, after a couple days, I have a migraine, and I decide to take a midday nap. When I wake up from that midday nap, I will go outside the guest house, and it's beautiful outside. It's like a bluish orange, there's fireflies, but I see a bunch of cars and people everywhere. I'm wondering what the fuck is going on. We're supposed to be on quarantine. I see a familiar face, and I can clearly tell that he is on something. And then I see Superman. I see Superman throwing up over the balcony. I go up to Superman, and I'm asking him what the fuck is going on. And he looks at me crazy, and he starts yelling at me. The familiar face then goes off on him and calls him a bitch. They start arguing. I'm asking where our son is. He's not responding. I go inside. When I go inside, not only do I see a table full of mushrooms and peanut butter, I also see powder and a woman peeing in a seat. I immediately get scared and I run upstairs. I am looking for my son. I'm yelling his name. He's hiding. I see my son hugging his knees in the corner of his room. I ask him if he is okay. He says that he's fine and that he's just scared. I asked him, scared of what? He said, why is Daddy acting like that? I said, well, what do you mean? He was like, I was just hungry. I then asked my baby if he had been downstairs. And at first he didn't want to tell me. I asked him several times and I said, it's okay, I promise you it's okay. And he tells me that he went downstairs, but he was just hungry. I then asked him if he ate anything off of that table. I asked him over and over again. He said no. I grabbed my child, I went downstairs, and I went out the front door, back to the guest house, back to my room. The next day, I go outside to walk my dogs, and I see an argument. This is an argument between his guru and a friend of his named Callie. I am hearing Callie threaten this guru about trying him in an inappropriate way, and that he is going to shoot and kill him. He is going to come back and shoot up the entire house. I, of course, then go back upstairs, and I text the groundskeeper, and I ask what the hell is going on. Mind you, that particular night, the groundskeeper was minding his business as well as the nanny because they were off the clock. Well, I'm expressing to the groundskeeper what was being said, and as I'm stating this to him, we're looking outside and we start seeing police cars
Since we
driving
missed a
by.
couple
There
spots.
should be something that makes me furious every time I see it. This is a real tax return from someone making $284,972 per year in a W-2 income. Take a look at this.
I pretty much freak out and I start running around the entire property picking up paraphernalia. Because who finna go to jail? Not me? Well, I'm being told that I'm doing too much. Then, Callie starts posting YouTube videos. Callie is recounting the entire evening. He is also stating that one of the moms was there with her kid. But Callie is talking about how he was tried inappropriately and all the different walks of life that were in the house that evening. Once the YouTube video is shown to Superman, he brushes it off like it's nothing. What ends up happening? Oh, Callie is now banned from YouTube and he's also in Facebook jail. Soon after that, I get into a blowout argument with Superman. I am discussing the situation with his party. I'm discussing how he is with homeschooling and our child. I am discussing his recklessness, and he just does not want to hear it. We are arguing, up and down. He's bringing stuff up from the past, and the trainer is there to mediate. The trainer is trying to calm him down. It is not working. There is a moment that you see in a person's eyes when you know that you got them fucked up. I saw that moment and I knew that that night was the night that I needed to go home. Or I at least needed to get off that property. So what I did was we packed up all of our stuff in our zoo. I then went and got Braylon out of the main house. And I begged for that trainer to let me out. And at 3:30 in the morning, he let me out. So I head to the Airbnb and I get a message that I can no longer check in early. I then have to call the trainer back. And he states that because there's no workplace safe really for me to just sit in a car for hours in that part of Georgia with a child, a car full of stuff, and animals to come back. So I went back. But I was told to hide around the corner to where he could not see my car. He was now assuming that I was gone. I did just that. And once I was able to check into the Airbnb, I sent a text, and so did the trainer. And when Superman was gone, I escaped. I stayed in an Airbnb for a couple of weeks, and I actually spent time with Jennifer Williams and Royce Morgan. Love y'all. They actually kept my head together. I'm forever grateful. When I started heading home, I called my family, I called my friends, called my attorney, and I called mama number 2. I told her what I had just done, and she, of course, was like, girl, how crazy are you? You stupid. Like, how'd you fall for that? Don't ever do no dumb shit like that again. And she was absolutely right. When I got home, I received a phone call from Grandma of baby number 5, and she was asking me when I was going back. I told her I was not. I expressed to her my concerns, and she said that she was supposed to be going for Father's Day. I said, I would tell you not to go. And she was like, oh, well, I think it'll be okay. Well, Grandma takes baby number 5 to Georgia for Father's Day. She is later kicked out of the house with guard dogs on the floor. And she did not see her grandchild for months. That is how he took custody of baby number 5 from his grandmother, who helped raise him when his father hadn't been in his life pretty much ever. I later learned that the plan was for me to stay in Georgia for an extended period of time so he could claim residency over our son and later kick me out of the house. He had asked me what my bills were, and he was talking about ending child support, and whatever my bills were, he was going to subtract that from what he gave me. I almost fell for it. I didn't, but somebody else did. What happened next is not my story to tell, but it turned my world upside down. I struggled for 2.5 years with suicidal thoughts and a lot of self-blame. I'd also shut down my dance company and stated it was because I didn't enjoy teaching anymore, when in fact it was because I knew I needed to get my shit together. I then landed a job at an HBCU. I was proud of myself. It was a job that I enjoyed and that I really put my heart and soul into. I fought for that team every single day, and it kept my mind off of other things. In 2023, I attended the NAACP.
I emphasize again, it is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I teach are also free. So
Awards. As I looked around, I saw all of these people that I looked up to and wanted so much to be like. I was amongst greatness. I realized at that moment that it was time to take my power back. I did the Heat Dance reunion. I made amends with Tracy. We had a splash bash. We released lanterns for remembrance as well as emotional purges. I was doing well. In July, an accusation comes out about my child's father. In September, I do an interview with Carlos King. I then do another interview with Vlad TV. Followed by that was then an admission of what the accusation was. And like May said, I agree with him when he said it's never consensual when it's a surprise. Well, 2024, I posted a reel that recounting 2023 and how excited I was. And I'm still not getting any child support, but I'm trying to make do. I'm using my savings because this can't continue to go on forever. My savings is now being drained, and I'm offered a Basketball Wives contract. After talking it over with my attorney, they think that it's a good idea for me to take it. Yes, the person who said I would never go back to that show, I was going to go back. So, Superman number 1 was correct when he said somebody needs money. Well, yeah, because your predecessor ain't shit. Hey y'all, this is Royce, and I'm here to tell you a story about how my life changed. Beginning July 31st, 2004, until even now, all because I had a baby by Superman. Part 9, the final chapter. As I stated before, I agreed to take the $113K because I figured I would be able to flip the money that I was receiving from the Basketball Wives contract. I had also received a contract for an artist development company in New York, and I just felt like I was good. I also still had my job at the HBCU. Well, shortly after, I am headed to the airport. I get there, I check in, I go through TSA. I have my cat with me. When I get to the gate, I go to the gate and I just want to make sure that everything is okay with me and my pet. He says, I just sold your ticket. I asked him why, and he said someone refunded it. I get on the phone, and that is how I found out that they had canceled my Basketball Wives contract. I'm not saying he had anything to do with it, but that's what happened. Later on in 2024, I was fired from my HBCU job. I was actually fired during the same week that my father had a heart attack. I was then blasted on the internet, called names, and harassed by some of my former athletes, and I remained quiet. I watched them belittle and degrade me and realized that no matter how much I fought for those athletes and what I brought to that program, the culture of this generation has changed. Over the past couple of months, Superman has been harassing our son. He's also been harassing the school. He's been calling our son names and dehumanizing me. I told our son to go to California and support him on a TV show, despite the fact that he did not want to go. I said, make it more about the opportunity than the visit. Enjoy your siblings. He still had no desire to go, and even after speaking to both sets of his grandparents, Superman again and Mama number 2, he said no. I still talked him into going. Over the past couple days, Superman has decided to harass our son again. I am listening to my child laughing and joking while playing PlayStation, only to then it turn into yelling and, yes, cursing. I walk into the room and I realize that he is talking to Superman. Superman is dehumanizing me. Superman is calling me broke. Superman is basically expressing to my child that I am a deadbeat mother. He says, your mom needs to get a job. Well, just so you know, I did restart my company. I also sub at schools. I also teach gymnastics after school. And I do teach private lessons. I'm pretty much like a Jamaican. I have plenty jobs. Because one thing you won't do is break me. So as you sit here and you decide that you want to rewrite history, I think it's one thing that is important to know. I am the one with the paperwork. I am the one with all the phones. I have told you to leave me the fuck alone. As we go into 2025, my prayer for you is not blessings. It's hell. Happy New Year. Oh, and Tiffany's story coming soon, 2025. That's mama number 2. Bye.
Well, that's all, folks. Royce's story is done. For now, we'll see if Dwight responds. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you have an amazing new year.
Okay, and let's see what his wife said. This is what it all started from.
To cover for him, his son, to cover for him, he had him lying. I recorded it. I'm not mad for lying. And I love you still. And there's no beef there, okay? You don't have to hide from me or run from me. I miss Amber. I'm going to be in this room in the corner. I'm not bothering you. You're innocent in this. But never forget, when you lie on people daily, you can get them killed, sent to prison, or jail. You can. So you must always tell the truth. Yeah. Telling the truth lets you lie. How you made a lie? Until you do right by me.
It's always been about the kids, bitch. It's always been about the kids. Now you want to speak? I'm still blocked, folks, so I can't see what the fuck you're saying. But now you want to speak because he brought you into it? Girl!
To know me, you know I am so prideful and so private. It hurt me so bad to have to even protect myself in this type of way. My marriage has landed me in a very dangerous position. My they took our daughter. And I'm just sitting there like, do I speak up? Do I be quiet? What do I do? But I caught this man. I caught this man forcing our 12-year-old son to cover for him, his son, to cover for him. He had him lying. I recorded it. He was coaching our son to lie on me, and I had to record it. And it's this shit. I try to tell everybody he needs some help. And ain't nobody would have fucking listened because he got the money. I guess say whatever y'all don't understand. I live with him. He needs some help. And this is it. This is what I'm fucking losing my fucking marriage to. This shit right here. I told everybody, y'all gotta help him. He is spiraling. I'm in here with him. I'm trying to love him through it. I was gonna run out the door. I was gonna leave him. But everybody told me, don't leave him. He's struggling. I stayed, but not this year. We got the police involved. CPS, you're lying on me. You making up alibis. You got our son, my stepson, lying. And thank God I recorded it. And he innocent in this, but you said just to protect yourself, you would take anybody out, including me, and I can't let you do it no more. I don't want to share the dirty secrets. I don't want to go out like how everybody else did this, man. But I got to protect myself now. I'm uncomfortable. Now, I don't know what is going to, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable. This man has the money. This man controls it all. It is not about no money. I've been with this man for 14, 15 months. I never asked him for $1, nothing. I'm not on the credit card. I just love him for him. But this shit is going too fucking far. And I'm so embarrassed. And I gotta even I don't know what to do. When I heard my stepson being coached to lie on me, I gotta protect myself now, and I know it's supposed to be through sickness and health, but this shit is scary. This is why I'm losing my fucking marriage. Because the money, y'all didn't want to help him.
It's everybody else's fault? Wow! So you just don't think any of us fell for the antics either, right? None of us fell for the narcissism. Are you fucking crazy, Amy? Amber? What is it? Like, are you serious right now? You call me crazy, right? You said I was jealous. You said I wanted him. When it's always been about the damn kids. And now you want to sit here and cry and sit here and be like, it's because of what everybody else did to him. No! It's because of what he does to people. Shit! I was just fucking first. I was collateral damage. Let's call Royce crazy. And people will believe it because I'm baby Jesus. Girl, shut up.
For those of you who are interested, I'm just going to read what she had in the caption.
Woo.
It says, I can admit right now, I feel shame. I cringe when I see couples take their issues to the internet, but I was humbled with understanding because now look what I have to do to protect myself. My husband put himself in a position that resulted in CPS being called to our house 3 times in less than 2 months. But 3 days ago, they were called again and they left with our daughter. I have personally had to call the police on him 3 times in barely 14 months of marriage. Everyone around me told me you made a commitment through sickness and health, and that played with my mind after I filed for divorce at 6 months. I came back because, honestly, I tried to listen to the married people around me who said it was too soon to walk away. But now look what I've gotten myself into. My stepson is only 12 years old. When CPS and police came to take our daughter, my husband needed an alibi to collaborate a lot. I told him I want no parts. In return, he coached my stepson to lie. I recorded me talking to my stepson. You can hear him replying to me telling him, I know Daddy made you lie on me to the police. You hear him replying, feeling guilty for following Daddy's rule. You'll hear me tell my stepson, I still love you, and he replies, I love you too. My stepchildren love me. I could say so much about the pain I personally endured, but it's about these children. I am deeply heartbroken right now to have to advocate for minors' voices and in return lose a marriage that I was so happy to be in. Damn, y'all. This is sad, and it just brings me back to all the things I heard about Dwight from his ex and from his son. How do you guys feel about this? Like, I thought she was going to post and delete. She literally just posted this on Facebook like 20 minutes ago, so I know she's serious. It's been up for a couple of hours on Instagram. I will leave you guys with just this, and I will update you if Dwight has a response or if she comes out with something else. I'm personally going to be praying for those children because trauma runs deep and it could really ruin your life as an adult. And most definitely for Amy's mental health and for Dwight's healing, because addiction is no joke. They all need prayer. Y'all, I'll catch you on the next one.
That is so wild.
Because of a less than perfect smile?
Let's see if there's any updates on
With
it.
shiny smile veneer.
Let's see. We almost done, y'all. Dwight. New Dwight Howard
allegations are very disturbing.
To know me, you know I am so prideful and so private. It hurt me so bad to have to even protect myself in this type of way.
That's Dwight Howard's wife, Amy, and she released that video about 30 minutes ago. She proceeds to go in on Dwight Howard and exposes him. Now, she will list out her reasoning for why she's exposing Dwight Howard at this moment. She will say, I can admit it right now, I feel ashamed. I cringe when I see couples take their issues to the internet, but I was humbled with understanding because now look what I have to do to protect myself. My husband put himself in a position that resulted in CPS being called to our house 3 times in less than 2 months. But 3 days ago, they were called again and they left with our daughter. I have personally had to call the police on him 3 times in barely 14 months marriage. Everyone around me told me you made a commitment through sickness or health, and that played with my mind after I filed for divorce at 6 months. I came back because honestly, I tried to listen to the married people around me who said it was too soon to walk away. But now, what I've gotten myself into, my stepson is only 12 years old. When CPS and police came to take our daughter, my husband needed an alibi to collaborate a lie. I told him I wanted no parts. In return, he coached my stepson to lie. I recorded me talking to my stepson. You can hear him replying to me, telling him, I know daddy made you lie on me to police. You hear him replying, feeling guilty for following daddy's rule. You will hear me tell my stepson, I still love you, and he replies, I love you too. My stepchildren love me. I could say so much about the pain I've personally endured, but it's about these children. I am deeply heartbroken right now to have to advocate for minors' voices and in return lose a marriage that I was so happy to be in.
So everything that Roy said a year ago was all facts. That's wild.
Doing things to his kids that lead CPS to keep coming to the house multiple times. Now, every time CPS comes to the house, she will say that, she covers up for Dwight. She covers up for Dwight. She covers up for Dwight. And she talks about the struggle of covering up for Dwight Howard, right? Because she doesn't know if she's doing the right thing or not. And she wants to advocate for the kids, but she don't want to turn on her husband. This is very concerning, all right? Now, again, it starts off very vague. She would say that she covered up for her husband until today when Dwight Howard apparently threw her under the bus. So apparently CPS came to the home to investigate something regarding the daughter. And while they were investigating, Dwight Howard, according to her, coached his son to lie to CPS and put the blame on her.
My marriage has landed me in a very dangerous position. My stepdaughter was just taken by CPS because of her father. CPS and the police have been here 3 times in less than 3 months, and I stood in it with my husband. from my own self. Whatever he wanted me to say, whatever it was, and I'm thinking this is my husband. I had everybody around me saying, even after I tried to divorce him the first time, everybody around me says, you can't leave your husband this soon. You said through sickness, through health, through this, you said through good or bad. That's why I came back, but this is going way too far. But it's not even about me, it's about the kids. The stuff that I have to go through with the kids, I have to be witnesses too. I mean, the police at the house, they ask me questions. I don't know how do I lie for my husband. I've never been married before. I'm in love with my husband. I don't want him to get in trouble, so of course I'll be his alibi, but this is going way too far. And now I'm getting mixed all in this. I've been with this man for 14 months. I cannot ruin my entire life for something that this person is doing. I just cannot do it. And I tried to get so much help. I asked for counseling in our marriage. We went through 2 different counselors. When I say I love my husband, I don't want to leave my husband. But the positions he keeps putting me in, and it's all over nothing. I keep telling people he needs some help, y'all. I live with him. This is not him. This is not the white. This is trauma. This is everything he's been through, but just not the kids. I have to advocate for the kids. And I can't go down for what he's doing. So they took our daughter. And I'm just sitting there like, do I speak up? Do I be quiet? What do I do? But I caught this man. I caught this man forcing our 12-year-old son to cover for him, his son, to cover for him. He had him lying. I recorded it.
It gets to a point in the story where I have no type of sympathy or empathy for any of the adults in the story, Amy nor Dwight, right? The only people that I'm concerned about is the kids, because it still looks like Amy is still trying to protect Dwight, right? Because she talks in, like, it's vague, right? Tell us what Dwight is doing to the kids. Tell us. Tell us what you had to lie to the investigators and to CPS when they came to the house. What did you lie about? Because if kids are being harmed, we need to know. If Dwight harmed these kids, we need to know. But it looks like she's still protecting Dwight. She's still refusing to tell us what Dwight is doing to these kids. But then she's telling us, hey, I want y'all to help me help Dwight get off drugs. Then it gets to this bizarre part where she pulls out bags of drugs and shows us how much drugs Dwight is doing. Now, Dwight got like a half a key, like, of the booger sugar just in the house. I mean, this is drug use I've never seen before. But I guess this is what you do with drug use if you are, $100 millionaire. But Amy is crying, and I'm like, again, I felt sorry in the beginning of the video. Towards the end, I felt no pity because she's still protecting Dwight. Tell us what Dwight is doing to these kids. Tell us what exactly Dwight is instructing you to lie to CPS about. Because if kids are being harmed, we don't care about Dwight's drug use or y'all marriage. We care about these kids, baby.
He was coaching our son to lie on me, and I had to record it. And it's this shit. I try to tell everybody he needs some help. And ain't nobody want to fucking listen because he got the money. I can say whatever y'all don't understand. I live with him. He needs some help. And this is it. This is what I'm losing my marriage to. This right here. I told everybody, y'all gotta help him. He is spiraling. I'm in here with him. I'm trying to love him through it. It is not about no money. I've been with this man for 14, 15 months. I never asked him for $1, nothing. I'm not on the credit cards. I just love him for him. But this shit is going too far, and I'm so embarrassed. And I gotta even I don't know what to do. When I heard my stepson being coached live on me, I gotta protect myself now, and I know it's supposed to be through sickness and health, but this shit is scary.
Let me get this straight, okay? So you was comfortable protecting an abuser of children as long as that person didn't turn on you and throw you under the bus. But because the abuser threw you under the bus, now you're coming to the public asking for our help. Do you understand how crazy that is, man? If this man is violating children, he shouldn't see the light of day. You should tell what the secrets are. But she says, I don't want to tell the dirty secrets. Why? Why? I'll be real, bruh. If it was up to me, CPS is coming and taking every child out that household until we know what those dirty secrets are. Because that sounds troubling. Now, she will continue and she will post what she will say is footage of the stepson confessing or admitting that
Alright, so this channel is Poet.
And that Dwight coached him.
I'm not mad.
Poet. Laco.
And it is no beef, nigga, okay? You don't have to hide from me or run from me. I miss Amber. I'm gonna be in this room in the corner. I'm not bothering you. You're innocent in this. But never forget, when you lie on people, David, you can get them